ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्। ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्। ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्। नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्। ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्। नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्। ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्। नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्। ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadguruntam Namami. Nithyanandam, everybody. We welcome each and every one of you who are joining us for today's live event of the Parashakti Akashic readings, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Some of the security measures from KAILASA's National Security Agency. Photography, video and audio recording of any kind is strictly prohibited during all sessions. Be on mute and be on camera. If you need to step out due to some unavoidable reason, please inform the digital security officer. A few important cautions. We welcome all the Kailasavasis attending from Kailasa's monasteries, gurukuls, temples, ashrams and centers from all around the world. We welcome all the Facebook, Instagram, Nithyananda TV, Kailasa TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter, YouTube viewers and all those who are blessed to have the Nayana Diksha, which is the two-way video conferencing, and who are joining us for today's sacred spiritual program, the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. My name is Sri Nitya Sundareshwarananda and I am an Acharya for today. And joining me is Sri Nitya Tattvagnanananda Maharaj, who is also an Acharya. Let us now learn about the Divine Cosmic Mother, Devi Parashakti.
Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the Cosmic Mother. She is the Source Shakti. It is her cosmic womb, Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source of Big Bang and black holes. Parashakti is the divine consort of Paramashiva, who is the primordial god of Hinduism. The first and foremost relationship is mother. Ability to learn, even idea to relate starts with mother. How to relate starts with mother. Understand that your idea to relate, your ability to relate starts with mother. Mother is an important way to connect what you think as life. In Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware that your ability to connect with the mother should be directed to cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness. It should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. It should awaken your higher consciousness. Connecting with life as mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, most easiest form to ever connect.
Today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti and gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving us boons, healing us, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Let us learn about the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. What is Bhava Samadhi Darshan? The very word Samadhi roots from two Sanskrit words Sama and Adi. Sama means oneness and Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source. Bhava means attitude or aspect. The Bhava Samadhi together means being one with the source through this aspect. Darshan means to have a glimpse of, where we come face to face with the cosmos. In the Vedagamic tradition, it is used to describe the moment where we behold a deity, an avatar, or a saint or an enlightened master who just by seeing can be cleansed and cleanse the karmas of our lifetimes and create a deep, lasting transformation in us. Darshan is the powerful superconscious vibration that is present around the avatar at all times. He simply radiates the darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when the receiver is able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like hitting the reset button on your very being. The signs of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from Kailasa, which is the enlightened time-space zone. through the deities and incarnations. The divine cosmic beings manifest through the Archavataras, which are the deities in temples, and through the Bhava Samadhi Darshans, through the Nijavataras, who are the incarnations.
Bhavasamaya Darshan is the science of Nijavatar manifesting Paramashiva, the Supreme Consciousness. Devi Parashakti expresses through being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as Nijavatar, physical form as Devi Meenakshi. The Archavatar, which is the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation which is being of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatar directly. So the avatar, the physical embodied form, has to come down to bridge the gap and create an experience of the superconscious energy in all of us.
The Bhava Samadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. During the darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform our life. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the incarnation. Mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. The Akashic readings. These are the readings from cosmic archives. They are not just some predictions. Beyond the space dimension, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, the present, and the future. But because the Akashic readings are stored in the Akasha, which is the space dimension, there is no past, present, or future. And that is why whatever we call as happened, happening, and yet to happen is already clearly recorded in the Akashic readings. Let us now learn about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism after a short break.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Nithyananda, everybody, welcome back. Let us now learn about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, which is the ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, and he has been recognized by his predecessors, who are the enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities a lifestyle for the humanity. Let us look at some of the coronations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, a brief timeline. Before 1981, which is even before the age of 3, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was identified as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva by the spiritual adepts and enlightened masters
time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Nithyanam everybody, sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now look at the various different coronations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. What we are looking at here is when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as a successor of the Arunachala Sarvanya Peetham by the Guru Parampara at the age of 16. Here is a glimpse from when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission, the Nithyananda Sangha, to revive KAILASA internationally at the age of 21. These are the photos from the coronation as the successor of the Kashi Sarvanya Peetham at the age of 21. In 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the Adi KAILASA Sarvanya Peetham on 4th of November 2002. On 1st of January 2004, he was declared as the successor of the Bhagyanagara and the glimpses from the ceremony of laying the first brick of the Adi KAILASA Sarvanya Peetham, which today stands as the eastern headquarters for KAILASA. Here is the ceremony where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the successor of the Bhagyanagara Sripura Sarvanya Peetham. What we are looking at here is the royal lineage of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam, of which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the reigning emperor. In 2007, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Adi Pallava Sarvanya Peetham. In 2007, he was also declared as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada. And on 27th of April 2012, he was coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Madurai Shyamala Peetha Sarvanya Peetham, which is the oldest Hindu papal state and the monastic kingdom. These are the photographs from when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as a successor of the Adi Pallava Sarvanya Peetham at the age of 29 in 2007. Here is the coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the KAILASA Unnata Shyamala Peetha Sarvajna Peetham. In 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar, which is the supreme spiritual head of the Mahanirvani Akhada, which is the largest apex monastic order, and he was also declared as the youngest Mahamandaleshwar. In 2013, he was declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Athal Akhada, which is the oldest monastic order in Hinduism, by Acharya Mahamandaleshwar Sukadevanandaji, the then incumbent spiritual head. In 2014, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tanjavur Adinam. Sorry for the technical glitch. Here we are looking at the official coronation as the Mahamandaleshwar, which is the supreme spiritual head of the Mahanirvani Akhada. He is also declared as the youngest Mahamandaleshwar at the age of 36. What we are looking at here is the coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tanjavur Adinam. In 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tiruvarur Adinam, following which he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Vedaranyam Adinam, and then being coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Panchanadi Kulam. All of this in the year 2014. This is the Guru Parampara, the lineage of the Gurus of the Tiruvarur Adinam. Here is the Guru Parampara of the Vedaranyam Adinam, of which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the current Guru Mahasannidhanam. In 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam, following which the same year he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Adi Peetha Koladamatha. In the same year, in 2015, he was also elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders. Here we are looking at the Guru Parampara of the Swargapuram Adinam, of which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the current, the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam. Here is the coronation ceremony, where he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Adi Peetha Koladamatha at the age of 37 in 2015. Here are some photographs from the election when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by the congregation of over 1,000 Hindu pontiffs and leaders at the age of 36. Let us now look at some of the global initiatives of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Over 26 years of relentless humanitarian services and initiatives including free vegetarian food, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution and peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practices through various international agencies and bodies. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil and Sanskrit. And these have also been translated into 50 different languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies of books and articles have been sold, read and downloaded. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures and over 20 million digital books. Over 10,000 hours of discourses and over 1 billion views on social media. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also revered as the most prolific and most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion plus followers in Hinduism. Sri KAILASA is the world's greatest digital Hindu nation, which has over 1 billion views. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also respected as the commentator of all the sacred scriptures such as the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, the Shiva Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras, etc. He is also honored as the leader of Hinduism. He is the most awarded and internationally recognized Hindu leader. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also been acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential living personalities by Watkins' Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. The Sovereign Order of KAILASA, that is led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Nithyananda Order of monks, nuns, and the Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give a superconscious breakthrough to the entire humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world with satellite campuses in over 150 countries. He has also established over 1000 plus Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystems all around the world. He is also the founder and the reviver of over 100 Sarvajñapīఠams across the globe. We will now be looking at some of the news and events from Kailasa after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Nithyananda everybody, welcome back. Let us now look at some of the news and events from Kailasa. Jan 3rd, 2022 marked the grand narrative of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's 45th birthday. 32 cities worldwide have celebrated Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Day. January 8, 2022 marked the grand finale of the celebration of the 45th Avatara Dinotsava of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Various important dignitaries, statesmen, prince and princess of kingdoms, ambassadors and prominent celebrities and journalists from around the world were present on the auspicious occasion of the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Day. Reviving the enlightened civilization is a survival need. Human beings have lived an unconscious life and destroyed everything around us. Especially in the last 100 years, the deforestation, the damage that we have caused to the environment and the collective negativity that we have increased is just unimaginable. We are going too fast towards destroying the only home that we have, the planet Earth. So enlightenment, conscious-centric lifestyle, reviving the enlightened civilization is no more a luxury. It's a survival need. In every level, it is time that we bring conscious-centric policies, enlightenment-centric ideas, non-violence and coexistence-centric values. Hinduism very clearly declares Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. The ultimate natural cosmic law, Dharma, is non-violence. We bring non-violence into our plate, to our decisions and policies, into the personal level or societal level, or towards other nations or planet Earth. If this generation human beings wake up, we are going to leave a better future for the planet Earth. If we don't, I don't want to say what will be the result, because there will be nothing left. Nityanam everybody, sorry for the technical glitch. We'll now be continuing.
Hinduism very clearly declares Ahimsa Paramo Dharma. The ultimate natural cosmic law, Dharma, is non-violence. We bring non-violence in our play to our decisions and policies in the personal level or societal level or towards other nations or planet Earth. If this generation human beings wake up, we are going to leave a better planet Earth for the next generation. If we don't, I don't want to say what will be the result, because there will not be anything left. If we don't wake up to conscious-centric values, the enlightened civilizational policies, values, non-violent centric principles and ideas, the collective negativity which we already triggered is not going to let us live on planet Earth, the only home we have as of now. So we all conscious human beings have the responsibility to unite all the nations to revive ethical environmentalism.
We have to unite all the nations for consciousness studies and practices. We have to unite all the nations to preserve, teach, live these enlightened sciences. We have to bring the Enlightenment-centric policies, principles immediately to protect the environment, to bring gender equality, to bring real health and not to use human beings as a resource for the pharmaceutical industry. We should focus more and more on bringing life positivity in every level. KAILASA, the only surviving ancient enlightened Hindu civilization, is working intensely, sincerely, uniting all the nations recognized by the United Nations and unrecognized nations, civilizations, ethnic groups, matriarchal civilizations, the whole humanity for reviving this consciousness based enlightened civilization. Kailasa is the first nation for all Hindus. By the grace of Paramashiva, we do have a sovereign territory that is given to us as per the Vienna Convention. Sovereign territories in more than one place for Kailasa, and in a few countries we have kind of autonomous, semi-sovereign and small islands. We also have diplomatic relationships established with a few dozen countries, and many countries have established the sister city agreements, embassy relationship, spiritual embassy relationships, and many levels of recognitions and diplomatic tie-ups. Kailasa is more of a civilizational nation. Every awakened human being's heart is the territory of Kailasa. Kailasa commits to do its responsibility to spread the enlightened sciences and revive the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation for the sake of humanity. The Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam in Adi Kailasa Sarvanya Peetam celebrated the 22nd day of the 45th Avatara Dinotsava of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with the Chandrasekhara Teppal. As we can look at the photo, this is part of the Nithyanandotsavam Uttaranga Day 1. These are the celebrations where after the main event, the main course of celebrations, these are the post-celebration festivals that happen as per the Hinduism. Let us look at some of the upcoming events and darshans.
Vaikuntha Vasa Darshan, which is going to be happening on 13th January 2022. Vaikuntha Ekadasi is one of the important and auspicious days for devotees of Lord Vishnu. It is dedicated to Lord Venkateshwara. On this auspicious day, Lord Venkateshwara assures his devotees liberation in both the inner and outer world. The significance of Vaikuntha Ekadasi is mentioned in the Padma Purana. So please join us for the special Vaikuntha Vasa Darshan, the door to experience the enlightened space of Vaikuntha.
We have the most awaited Paramashivoham 3 that is happening from 19th of February to March of 11th, 2022. After 3 years, the most awaited program with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Paramashivoham is a 21-day immersive awakening event to teach you the science of manifesting the ultimate consciousness in you. This Paramashivoham, we are all going to be manifesting the deeper experiences of the 25 states of consciousness, the vertical time zones and power manifestation. Join us for this grand event by registering at kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. You can also show your intention for the Paramashivoham level 3 by heading over to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. And if you scroll towards the end of the page, you will find a section where you can download the special cover image for your Facebook. Download this Facebook cover image and make it as your cover image to show your intention to manifest Paramashivoham in your life. Let us look at some of the important announcements from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the various recognitions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has received after a short break. Nithyanandam everybody, welcome back. Let us now look at some of the important announcements. Over 32 cities worldwide have declared January 3rd, 2022 as KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda Day. As part of that, Mayor Paul E. Coogan of the city of Fall River, Massachusetts, conferred a proclamation to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, proclaiming January 3rd, 2022 as KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda Day. This was to honor the hard and selfless work, the achievements and the religious and human rights advocacy, and the global humanitarian services of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Mayor Lee Harris of the Shelby County, Tennessee, conferred a proclamation to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, proclaiming January 3rd, 2022 as KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda Day.
Member of Legislative Assembly, Magadi Assembly Constituency, Karnataka, A. Manjunath confers a proclamation proclaiming the January 3rd, 2022 as the Incarnation Day of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Mayor William C. Dust of Concord, North Carolina also confers a proclamation proclaiming that January 3rd, 2022 as the Incarnation Day of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Honorable Mark D. Saulnier, the U.S. Congressman representing the 11th Congressional District of California, confers a certificate of special congressional recognition to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
We also have a letter of appreciation from Mr. C. Pujan Lal Bihari, who is the General Secretary of the Mauritius Sanatana Dharma Temples Federation. He confers a proclamation to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, celebrating the 45th Jayanti of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Mayor Aquanetta Warren, Mayor Pro Tem Peter A. Garcia, and the council members of the city of Fontana confer a proclamation to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and join the 45th Jayanti celebrations of the Incarnation Day of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Mayor H. William Mutz of the city of Lakeland, Florida, confers a proclamation to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, proclaiming January 3rd, 2022 as the Incarnation Day of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Mayor J. Allen joins the city of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, also confers a proclamation proclaiming that January 3rd, 2022 as the Incarnation Day of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Mayor Sammy Phillips of the city of Jacksonville, North Carolina, also confers a proclamation proclaiming that January 3rd, 2022 as the HDH Nithyananda Day. Mayor Krista Bernasconi of the city of Roseville, California, also confers a certificate of recognition proclaiming that January 3rd, 2022 as the KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda Day.
We also have Mayor Carolyn K. Riggle of the city of Delaware, Ohio, proclaiming January 3rd, 2022 as KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda Day. Mayor Carolyn K. Riggle also thanks the local members of the Nithyanandeshwara Hindu Temple for their continuing outreach and support to the city of Delaware. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism first visited Ohio in 2003 during his World Vijay Yatra. During his second visit in 2004, the governor of Ohio, Robert Alfonso Taft III, conferred a proclamation to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave a breakthrough discourse at the Bharatiya Hindu Temple on laughter's meditation at Powell, Ohio. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had subsequent Vijayatras to Ohio in 2005, 6 and 7, visiting temples, churches, corporate worlds, where he delivered discourses on the powerful truths of the Vedas and the Agamas. The first KAILASA temple, KAILASA, Ohio, was inaugurated on April 14, 2007, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally performed the Prana Pratishta, which is the consecration of the deities of Ganesha, Subramanya, Valli, Devasena, Lakshmi, Nandi and Mushika. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism came back to Ohio in 2009 when he installed the deities of Sai Baba and Ram Parivar. He conducted multiple life empowering programs such as Life Bliss program. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the first ever LBP to be conducted in a prison, the Ohio Women's Reformatory, in June 2009. Since 2003, over 110,000 hours of volunteer hours have been recorded towards the following. Over 2,000 Ohio residents have participated in free programs. 75 free corporate meditations have been conducted for more than 700 people, including at Bank One, Cardinal Health Nationwide, American Electric Power, Ohio State University, Ohio Wesleyan University, Ohio University, Wittenberg. 25 free Nitya Yoga classes have been conducted benefiting 350 people. 34 free online programs conducted including meditation and prayer for world peace to more than 500 people. Over 100 free meditation and yoga classes have been provided to the inmates at the Ohio Reformatory for Women. 17 specialty wellness workshops on yoga, Ayurveda, Sattvic cooking and weight loss have been conducted. Over 17,520 temple rituals conducted, chanting classes to over 53,200 people have been conducted, and 184 sessions of free online Akashic readings have been conducted for more than 500 people. And 25,000 people have received free meals and 5,000 spiritual discourses have been conducted.
Since KAILASA, Ohio, thousands of KAILASA ecosystem have flourished in the US in nearly all the 50 states. These ecosystems offer a place and space to explore through a host of activities, from meditation to science, and they nurture quantum spirituality where material and spiritual worlds merge and create a blissful living. They offer life solutions as per the Vedic scriptures and as revived by the supreme point of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who has positively transformed the lives of millions. Mayor John David Smith, the junior mayor of the city of Winchester, Virginia, confers a proclamation proclaiming that January 3rd, 2022 as the KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda Day. We have another commendation letter from the National President of Ten India Sanmarga Aikya Sangam, Fiji, Sri Sadashivan Nagar, in the honor of the Supreme Founder of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Mayor Donald R. Sadler of the city of Washington, North Carolina, also confers a proclamation proclaiming that January 3rd, 2022 as the Incarnation Day of the Supreme Founder of Hinduism.
It is now time that we move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, which is the demonstration of these extraordinary powers. We request all the viewers to stay tuned as we enter into the next segment. Thank you.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Nithyanandam everybody, welcome back. Let us now enter into the segment of manifesting the extraordinary Shaktis. Today we'll be manifesting the power of body scanning. And also in today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into the third eye awakening and various other powers with the blessings and the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We shall be manifesting the power of seeing through the third eye and manifesting the power of scanning the thought currents. Let us understand what exactly are Shaktis.
In the Veda Agamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 460 plus extraordinary Shaktis, which is the divine powers. Manifesting powers, Shaktis, are described as a system, method, and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine. You need to manifest divine, and not that you are a man that you need to reach divine. So let us understand some of the differences between Shaktis and Siddhis. Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are on path of enlightenment. And Shaktis express from the space of enlightenment and as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are source of enlightenment. Siddhis are not permanent, and Siddhis may divert you from enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation from the avatar. And Shaktis are permanent always.
Paramashiva is the source of Shaktis. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism. He is the ultimate reality and cause which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, which is the unmanifest, and the Vyakta, which is the manifest, he performs the Panchakritya or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trobhava and Anugraha. Creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva and the reviver of KAILASA. Ever since the beginning of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been a cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of power manifestation, science of enlightenment, was lived and taught as a lifestyle. And for the very first time in the modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic Shaktis and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking pace that has never been accomplished before. The knowledge and the science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through Diksha or initiation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiations and the knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation. From the sciences, from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Shri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashivoham and Paramashivoham. So how do we awaken these Shaktis in us? When the ultimate truth, which is the Jnana, is mapped into your consciousness, which is the Prajna, it manifests as the power and possibility of every being. Let us now watch a beautiful video on the science of initiation.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states,
सर्वासामपि दीक्षानां मुक्तिः फलमखण्डितम् अविरोधात् भवन्त्येव प्रासङ्गस्तु भुक्तयः. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, देवी दीक्षा विहीनस्य न सिद्धिः न च सद्गतिः तस्मात् सर्व प्रयत्नेन गुरुना दीक्षितो भवेत्.
the one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future.
So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru.
What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram.
Now that we have seen the beautiful video on the science of initiation, let us understand the next set of understandings, which is the first is the Shastra Pramana. These are the eternal and unchangeable truths that are revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, which are the experiences and the results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism. The Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified this science.
The next is the Atma Pramana. Sorry for the glitch. The next is the Atma Pramana. Atma Pramana or account of Supreme Point of Hinduism Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. The next is the Pratiksha Pramana or empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Let us now understand about Veda Agamas. Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus. Vedas are pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Veda-agamas are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from these Shastras or scriptures is called the Shastra Pramana.
Let us now get ready to witness a very exciting and unique power demonstration of the power of third eye. We'll be manifesting the power of body scanning, and all our viewers and participants who are watching us live from Nithyananda TV, Facebook and YouTube Live can put your comment in either of the chat boxes and in the comment section for you to receive the body scanning. We shall now be going over the pramanas of the power of body scanning while all of you take your time to go over and post your comments. The Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye and body scanning is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 54. The verse goes as Swadehe Jagato Vapi Sukshma Sukshma Tarani Cha Tattva Niyani Nilayam Dhyatvante Vyajate Para. Cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, or of the whole universe simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate divine universal power, Paradevi, Adishakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens.
Let us now understand about Apta Pramana. Terayur was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. One day, a man suffering from severe headache comes to Agatya for healing. Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small tere, a type of rock, sitting in the person's brain. Agatya immediately instructs Terayur, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache. Thus, he gained the name Terayur. Next is the Atma Pramana. On 22nd December 2019, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, revealed how Swamiji uses the power of body scanning. Paraphrasing in his own words, only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what the problems, imbalances had happened and where the balance has to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings.
Here we are looking at the Sakshi Pramana, which is the experiences and the results of these extraordinary power manifestations happening through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us now enter into the power manifestation. We have Vikrant Bog who is asking for the power manifestation. So I shall now be manifesting this power of body scanning. I request all the viewers who are seated with us from across the globe to please sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Let us chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham and establish ourselves in the space of oneness with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as we manifest this power. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, what Swamiji revealed is that the cause of the problems that you're feeling, the main cause of the memory which you're not able to retain, the memory loss, is because of not any physical reasons, not any physical body issues, but this has been because of a strong understanding that you are not capable enough to handle life. And it's actually a mental understanding, a mental cognition with which you're living, which is actually affecting your entire life. And that is the reason, even though you go abroad for searching for jobs, you're not able to actually manifest one properly in your life. Because any opportunity that comes to you, you're scared and you're insecure that it might just disappear from your life. So what Swamiji revealed as a solution for this is for you to attend the Paramashivoham level 3, which is starting on February 2009 to February 19. And by experiencing the Paramashivoham, you will see that you're able to get rid out of this pattern and manifest a beautiful life for you, a conscious and a powerful life as Paramashiva himself. This is what Swamiji revealed. You can post your experience and you can post how you're able to relate with this revelation in your chat in the comment section in YouTube, so that all our viewers and participants are also able to relate with it. So with that, we are coming towards the conclusion of the power of body scanning and the manifestation of these extraordinary Shaktis. Let us now move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, the Parashakti Akashic readings, after a short break.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Nithyanandam everyone, we welcome you back to this segment of Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. In this segment, we are going to learn about the Divine Feminine Consciousness, the various revelations by Devi Parashakti, how to receive Devi Parashakti and how to prepare ourselves to receive the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti. We are also going to be looking into the current world situations in line with the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. So let's start the segment.
Hey TJ!
The unique contribution to the spiritual consciousness from the Vedic tradition is sacred feminine worship. If everything from what Vedic tradition gave is lost, then just if this sacred feminine tradition is there, whole thing can be revived because that is the seed. Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which has more than 10,000 sampradayas, all these sampradayas are originated from the Vedas and Agama. They are rooted into the Veda Agama. But all of them are also rooted into the sacred feminine consciousness. Sacred feminine worship. Sacred feminine worship is the root, is the seed of all the sampradaya of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So if we have to keep the Sanatana Hindu Dharma alive, we need to keep this sampradaya alive. So for whatever reason, if some reason, if all the sampradayas are lost and only this one sampradaya, the Devi worship remains, the whole thing can be brought back because this whole thing is centered on this one, Mother worship. Mother worship carries the blueprint, hologram of whole of the Vedic tradition. Also, Mother worship is one of the unique contribution to the world's spiritual consciousness or the various religions that exist in the world. This is one of the very unique contribution from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, worshipping the divine, worshipping the ultimate as the feminine. There is no sampradaya, there is no religion which worships the divine, the ultimate as the mother, as the feminine. It is only the Hinduism, it is the only unique contribution from Sanatana Hindu Dharma which worships the ultimate as the divine feminine. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that sacred feminine worship is a hologram of the Vedic tradition. There is no enlightened being on planet Earth without worshipping the sacred feminine, including me. I am basically a Shakta. I myself followed the worship. From the beginning, if you see my biography and all the deities I carved, the darshan I had, all mother based, Devi based. So these are the direct words from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he says that in personal life he himself is a Shakta. He himself has been following Devi worship from the beginning of his spiritual journey, or from the beginning when he landed on the planet Earth, from the very beginning of his divine Leela as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He has been worshipping the divine feminine. He has been worshipping Devi Parashakti. The various deities that he carved during his childhood Leelas was all from Devi Parashakti, were all based on Devi. The various yantra that he carved were on the Devi based. Also he says that there is no enlightened being, there is no enlightened master or incarnation on planet Earth who has not worshipped divine as the feminine consciousness. He further, Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, great avatar, says Paramashiva is Brahman, but Devi has the key to reach Brahman. Unless she opens, nobody can reach. So unless we start worshipping, unless we worship Devi Parashakti, we cannot reach the ultimate state, which is Paramashiva state. He further says that even though husband is the owner, the key to house will be on the hip of mother. Either you have to fall at the feet of mother, or these are small sons of mother. Only they can touch that place and remove the key. Nobody else can touch. So either surrender to mother, or people who are closer to mother, they can only reach. So here Ramakrishna Paramahamsa gives a very, very beautiful technique on how to reach Devi Parashakti. He gives a good example on how to receive the key from Mother Parashakti. Either we start relating, either we relate with her as the son of the mother of Parashakti, or we surrender at her feet. In these two cases only we will be able to get the key from Devi Parashakti. And through this key, we will be able to reach the Paramashiva, to reach the state of Brahman. So now, before we move to the next segment, we will have one short break.
Yes, welcome back to Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. As we are seeing about the divine feminine worship, the unique contribution to the Hinduism, here one of the Sastra Pramana, Lalita Sahasranam, Nithyananda Slokas said how to meditate on the Devi, how we can visualize Devi and how we can receive the Devi. The Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with a triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with the mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. Here, this Dhyana Sloka from the Lalita Sahasranam clearly explained about how the Devi's visualization, how we can visualize the Devi. She has a vermilion red body with a triple eyes, sporting a crown with rubies studded with a crescent moon. Her face is full of smiles, a splendid bust, and one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with the mead, and the other filling with the red lotus. The further sloka said, I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion, and holds the nose, the bow, and the flowery arrows in her hand. She is surrounded on all sides by the power such as anima, for race, and she is the self within me. This Dhyana Sloka added how we can meditate on the Devi's Parashakti's form. So who is Devi Parashakti? Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is in her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universe comes out and goes in. The source where the Big Bang and the black hole happens. Parashakti is the source. The source Shakti shows energy, source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. She is the mother of the whole cosmos, from where the whole universe, the billions and billions of universe comes out and goes in. She is the source where the black hole and the Big Bang is happening now. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nija Avatara of Supreme Pantrip of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. And she is gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering the profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. As in the earlier segment, we have seen that Parashakti, the Devi, has the key to achieve the ultimate super consciousness, the Paramashivoham. Here, with her love and compassion, she is manifesting through the embodied form of Nijavatara, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and She is giving the experience to each one of the souls. She is attending to all our prayers and giving boons and revealing our past, present, and future to help us from this world. Let us see a short video where Devi herself introduced about herself.
Om, Om, Om. Om, Om, Om. ஓம் எனும் ஓங்காரத்து உட்பொருளாய் மலர்ந்து உயிர்த்தெழுந்து இறையனார் இடப்பாகத்திருந்து குமரிக்கண்டம் ஆளும் மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தேன் இங்கு நல்லருள் செய்திடவும் நல்வாக்கு தந்திடவும் ஆனந்தம் ஞானத்தொடு பூரண அன்பு ஏகம் அநேகமாய் ஆகிய இப்புவுலகிற்கு பரமசிவன் ஞானம் தர வந்தேன் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி. அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சி பொருளாட்சியொடு நன்மாட்சிமையொடு ஆட்சி செய்யும் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். கருணையே வடிவாய் கண்மலர்ந்து நன்மை செய்திட வந்திட்டேன். மாந்தர்கள் கேளுங்கள் இந்த பெருநன்மை சத்தியத்தை. கேட்டு நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்திட கேடும் பெருந்துக்கமும் உங்களுக்கில்லை. கேட்டிடுங்கள் இவ்வினாடி என்னை கண்டுகொண்டும் கேட்டுக்கொண்டும் இருக்கும் உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நான் அளிக்கும் தீட்சை. நானே நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உயிர்ப்பாய் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவோஹம் 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 பரமசிவோஹம். இதை தீட்சையாய் ஏற்று இதே உணர்வோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லா நன்மையும் வரமும் ஞானமும் அருளும் அளிக்கின்றேன். ஓங்காரத்தின் உட்பொருளாய் வேதமொடு ஆகமம் மெய்யாய் வெளிப்பட்டு உபவேதங்கள் உபாகமங்கள் அனைத்துமாய் உயர்ந்து நின்று தத்துவங்கள் ஆராய் உண்மையை செப்பி ஜகம் முழுவதும் ஞானம் அளிக்கும் பாரதி பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். ஆய கலைகள் 64 உடலும் மனமும் உயர்வை அடைந்திடும் பரமசிவ சக்திகளை உங்களுக்குள் மலர்த்தவே வந்திருக்கின்றேன். அஷ்ட சித்திகளும் அஷ்ட கன்மமும் ஆதி சக்தி பரமேஸ்வரியாய் மலர்ந்து உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் ஆனந்தம் அளிக்கின்றேன். அஞ்சாதீர், ஆனந்தத்தோடிருப்பீர். ஓம் 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 ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் Hreem, Om Hreem, Om Hreem, Om Hreem, Om Hreem, Om Hreem. Om, Om, Om.
Yes, after a wonderful video about the Parashakti intro in her own words, let's see a small intro. Rising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles. The Kailasa Swamini, who is in the Kailasa Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda, I took the Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all the goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraja Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda. I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing all. Listen, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. Rising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, manifesting as source of existence, power of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into the true as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, as Ksha, Kriya, Jnana, growing as 4 Vedas, expanding as the 5 Panchabhutas, beyond the 6 chakras, filled as Gotras of 7 Rishis, expanding as the great 8 directions, existing as 9 Gragas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as the 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make the truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. It is own words of Parashakti herself about herself, how she manifested in multiple levels and how with her love and compassion she manifested in the form of Nithyananda to bless every one of us. She has brought the whole life to tell and make the truth blossom and to do good to all of us. So before moving on to the next segment, we're going to have a short break where next segment we're going to see more and more details about the revelations of the Devi Parashakti. Please stay tuned.
That literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. See there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said that whenever we are going for Devi Bhavasamadhi Darshan, whenever Devi graces to give all of us darshan, at that time she is literally coming to our computer screen also. At that time we are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti, both of them. So whenever they are coming physically, they are coming literally on our computer screen, we all should receive her in a traditional way. As per the tradition, we should receive Devi Parashakti with a 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut and 1 coin in front of the screen. While watching Devi Parashakti, keep all this item in front of your computer screen. In Hindu tradition, these coins are considered traditional dakshina. So you can keep any amount of dakshina as per your Shakti, as per your Shraddha. You can keep it even 1 paisa. The lowest in your currency, it can be 1 paisa in Indian currency, or it can be even 1 cent in USA currency. So you can keep any amount you want to keep it. But whenever you receive Devi Parashakti, always receive her in this very traditional way. You offer that to Devi Parashakti, and once the Bhavasamadhi darshan is over, do the namaskaram and take the prasadam immediately. Eat the banana, betel leaf and betel nut. Collect those coins and send it to LA temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment. That really is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. These rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle, remind you, raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. So whenever we get involved with these rituals, they will break many of our unconscious behaviors, unconscious patterns. Our ability, our attitude of taking all the darshan for granted will be broken by these simple rituals. These rituals will help us to establish a feeling connection with Devi Parashakti, help us to raise in devotion towards Devi Parashakti, and ultimately making us manifest the powerful cognitions and powers of Paramashiva. It will break all our unconscious behavior. So this is a pictorial pictures of all the items that you need to be ready with: betel leaf, betel nut, banana and the coin in your currency. So now we'll look into the revelation by Devi Parashakti. We'll look into one of the revelation by Devi Parashakti. This will be the So through these revelations, Devi Parashakti has been guiding the humanity, has been guiding all of us to take the right decisions, right steps to raise ourselves into the higher cognitions, into the powerful cognitions. And also she has been helping through these revelations for all of us to get out of these pandemic situations and the various crises that has come because of the pandemic. She gives the solutions on how to face the pandemic and how to prepare ourselves to face the future crisis that will come on the way. So let us watch this short revelation.
ஸ்ரீ நித்ய திவ்யானந்தா, நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் 2 எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறென்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக்கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் கிருமி போஜனம் எனும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் ஆட்டம் யாராலும் அடக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு ஆரம்பித்து விட்டது. புதிதாய் உருக்கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த நுண்ணுயிரி மைல்கள் கடந்தும் காற்றினில் உயிரோடு இருந்து மற்ற உயிர்களையும் அழித்து உடல்களை தின்னும் பெரும் வலிவு கொண்ட பேரசுரர்களாய் வலம் வர துவங்கி விடுகின்றது. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், அது ஒன்றே வழி. அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தை திறந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றேன். உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டி விரும்பும் எல்லோரும் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. இந்தியாவில்தான் இந்த நரகம் திறந்து உலகெங்கும் பரவப் போகின்றது. கிருமி போஜன நரகம் பூமிக்கு வந்துவிட்டது. மனிதர்கள் செய்த மகா கொடுமைகளினால். அன்னை முன்னின்று என் அடியவரை காப்பேன் சொல்வதைக் கேட்டு உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புவோர் வருமுன் காப்பது ஒன்றே வழி என்று தெரிந்து செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு.
Yes, Nityanam everyone. So now we will look into the rough translation of Devi Parashakti revelations. This is the blessings given to Sri Nitya Divyananda answering to his question. Devi Parashakti says, the fight and disputes among the person you tell is like the fight between two rats in the middle of huge fire. Who is right and who is wrong is not important now. All of you save your life. All of you understand properly. I am telling good. I am telling truth. Everyone in India, all of you listen. The hell of Kirmi Bhojanam that was mentioned by Vyasa. Vyasa in Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder. Running to Adi KAILASA and preventing it is the only way. Deadly corona life-taking disease has brought the hell known as Kirmi Bhojanam to earth. The dance of Aghora Tandava, which no one could control, has started. This microorganism that has formed will be alive in air for miles together, destroying other souls. It will eat bodies. It has started roaming at the great demons with a tremendous strength. Understand properly. Prevention is the only way. For that I have opened Adi KAILASA. For those who want to save their lives, all of you run to Adi KAILASA. Only in India this hell is going to open and is going to spread to the whole world. The Kirmi Bhojanam hell has come to the earth because of sufferings done by humans. Mother, I will protect those at my feet, those who listen to me and wish to save their lives. Learning that prevention is the only way, go to Adi KAILASA. So here we get to see Devi Parashakti has given us elaborate instructions, the guidance on what we should be doing and what is going to be the future of India and also the future situation of the world. So we are also going to be looking into the current situation of the world as in line with the Devi Parashakti revelation. But before we move to that segment, we would like to have a short break. Please be tuned in.
Yes, Nithyananda, welcome back to the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. As Devi has revealed about the Kirimi Bhojanam, that the air is getting poisoned. This coronavirus, this Kirimi Bhojanam going to start from India and it's going to affect the whole world. The only place is the Adi Kailasa to save ourselves from this pralaya. So in this segment, we're going to see about the current facts, the current images, which is happening across the globe, in line to the Devi Parashakti's revelations. As Devi has said, this COVID-19, the COVID-19 coronavirus, is become the airborne. So WHO, the World Health Organization, said the novel coronavirus could possibly be transmitted via the air, not only through droplets expelled from infected people's noses and mouths, as initially assumed. However, using the face mask, maintaining the physical distance, and regularly washing hands still remains the best defense against the virus. So here the statement from the WHO said, as what we assumed initially, that this coronavirus, it's not only transmitting from the people's who are already infected from the people's nose or mouth, it is not only transmitting through droplets, it is become the airborne now. So the difference between the droplets and airborne is just a size variance, and the lifetime of this airborne is much higher than the droplets. In the case of droplets, it may get dried in the air, maybe around 2 to 3 hours. But in the case of airborne, the life of the virus can stay in the air for almost 16 hours. So this is a statement from the WHO. It says there is no more that coronavirus is going to be spread only through the droplets. So how this transmission is happening from one person, and how this one new person is getting infected by this COVID-19. Especially nowadays, this COVID-19 become much stronger with the multiple mutations. As we all know, there's third wave of Omicron variant, the muted variant from the novel coronavirus, and it is spreading in almost 100 countries across the globe. So how it is affecting the people? This transmission happening in 3 ways. First is inhalation of a virus directly from either it may be a respiratory droplets or aerosol particles. A person who getting infected through the inhalation. Second is deposition of the respiratory droplets or the particles on exposure to the mucous membrane. Either it may be a mouth or nose or eyes, direct by the splash or the spray. Your organs like mouth and nose and eyes getting exposed to this respiratory fluids, which already has the virus. The third is you touching the mucous membrane with your hands, and that have been, when like you goes out, you will always have your hands going touching somewhere. So if that hand is soiled with the virus, and if you touch that, touching the mucous membrane, maybe a mouth or your eyes, through this way, this COVID-19, the SARS-CoV-2 is spreading. So how this, as we see, either it may be an inhalation or a direct contact, or you touching the mucous membrane with your hand. Where this virus comes from one people to another. So whenever a person who already got infected with this COVID virus, during their exhalation, either it may be a quiet breathing or speaking or singing exercise or coughing or sneezing, at all these cases, this virus will come out in the form of droplets, and it has a size of almost spectrum of 1 to 9. These viruses are carried through these droplets. In the case of large droplets, it will rapidly dry in the air, maybe in the few seconds or minutes. But when it is a small fine droplets, it can able to suspend in the air for such a long time. The earlier study states it was around minutes to hour, but the recent studies are shocking the world with almost 16 to 20 hours that the virus can stay in the particle. And there are so much results came out where the numbers are varying on the various articles. If it's iron, if it's a iron material, if it's a plastic, or if it's a cloth, this life of the virus are very. The new coronavirus has survived at least 16 hours suspended in the air. If the virus came out as the respiratory fluid from the during exhalation of the affected people, it can suspend in the air for almost 16 hours. So that is why this single layer quarantine are people going out and wearing just a mask and coming out and feeling that, oh, I went out with a mask and I came back. Now I'm in a safe zone. I can remove my mask and then I can be in a natural way. That is no more possible now because the virus can suspend in the air for almost 16 hours. So what is the difference between these two transmissions? What we earlier thought and what is happening now? These droplets are like, it happens only people cough and sneezes. So these spread the droplets through saliva and mucus. It are larger in size, but another side it can dry easily in the air, maybe around few minutes. But in the case of airborne, the droplets are size of almost 5 microns, more than 5 microns. But in the case of airborne, it is not visible, it is too tiny. And size is less than 5 microns. And it can travel further. As we know, the circulation of air among ourselves and circulation of air between ourselves. If you sit in a place, it is not that you are compressed air. The air is free flowing. So even the way you talk, while you're talking, so much of tiny particles of airborne are coming out. Same way for the people who are already infected, who carries the virus. This spread of COVID-19 occurs via the airborne particles also. So people who are infected with this COVID can release particles and droplets of respiratory fluid that can contain the virus into the air. So it can easily surpass all the protective layers and it can easily get into the people. So that is why Bhagavan himself told why there is a need for multi-layered quarantine. So because this airborne, the coronavirus which becomes the airborne, can easily suspend in the air for 16 hours and it can spread easily. So what in the case where we thought it is spreading only through droplets and what is happening now? So these contaminated droplets containing the virus are said to be droplets that would be in most cases quickly drop to the floor or surface after exhaling. In the case if you are coughing or sneezing, these droplet size are more than 5 microns. So in that case, it can easily drop to the floor and it can easily dry off after exhaling. So therefore we thought these particles would not remain in the airborne long. After a few minutes, the virus would no longer circulate in the air and become inhaled. Whenever people sneeze or whenever you meet the people or whenever you being in the closed area, as we all know, the whole world, there is no more curfew. Yeah, recent times, many government after the scene of peak increase in the COVID-19, the third wave, so many people, so many governments are implementing the lockdown in the country, but certain period of time, all the lockdowns were open and all the schools, colleges, universities, workplaces, offices, everything is open. Where there you have to be in a closed compartment. Even though you may have, I have a separate room, I have a separate cabin, it is completely closed. I don't have any people coming in and going out in the frequent time. But in that cases, if it's airdrop before, kind of safe. But now, as it become the airborne, it can suspend in the 16 hours. Morning you may feel, oh, my workers came, they cleaned and left. I'm going to the office after 4 or 5 hours. So there won't be anything, the virus may all be dead. It can stay for almost 16 hours. So there is nowhere a safe place to live in the humanity now with this COVID-19, especially this Omicron variant, which has become the airborne and spreading almost every parts of the world. So this new study published in the metric Parashakti now suggests that the novel coronavirus, the COVID-19, could remain in the air almost more than hours. Research also notes that on the surface, such as the plastic and stainless steel, it can live for up to 3 days on copper surface for 4 hours and the cardboard up to 24 hours. The study from the scientists of Princeton University, the University of California, Los Angeles, and the National Institute of Health, NIH, still awaits peer group review, but nevertheless it indicates a remarkable contrast to the previously published information. You see the numbers here. If it's in the copper surface, it can live, this virus can easily live for 4 hours. If it's a cardboard, it Yes, welcome back everyone. Sorry for the technical glitch. As we are seeing about this COVID-19 become the airborne, now there is no more a safe place just by being in the office lockdown, work culture, or a home quarantine where people will go out easily because we have to survive the humanity for everyday day-to-day needs. The only solution which Kailasa offers, and Bahama Devi herself told, the only solution where humanity will be saved from this pralaya is through Adi Kailasa. Now, what is best about Adi Kailasa? What is happening in Adi Kailasa? Yeah, so much of spiritual energy is happening, so much of spiritual truth is there to preserve save ourselves. But beyond all those, what is scientifically, what is happening in around the world in this airborne, and what is happening in Adi Kailasa, where multi-layered quarantine, even the food which is coming inside and people going out, because in Adi Kailasa also some places people has to go out, but it is very rare. Even in that cases, those people are separated from the whole community for almost the whole quarantine period, around 15 to 20 days. This is a layer of quarantine. A multi-layer quarantine is happening in Adi Kailasa. Let's see a short video where Bhagavan himself is saying why there is a need for multi-layer quarantine, and it is the best way to protect yourself.
The first understanding I wanted to give you all today is keep yourself alive this year. Please keep yourself alive this year. Focus just on that. That is the only priority. That is the first priority, and that is the only priority. Please keep yourself safe, alive, especially if you are in India. Please keep yourself safe. Let me tell you what is happening last few hours in Kailasa. Please listen carefully. I am going to narrate the whole story as it is. I am giving you this as a case study to convey this message to all of you. Please keep yourself safe. Keep yourself alive this year, especially if you are in India. Take this as my message. See, if you are my disciple, take this as Guru Vak, my order. If you are just sympathizer, take this as my request. If you are an onlooker, viewer, take this as my begging. I am begging you, please keep yourself safe, protected, multi-layer quarantined, and please keep yourself alive this year somehow. Keeping yourself alive is the only priority, should be only priority. Everything else is second. This year, keeping yourself alive is the only priority.
Nithyananda everyone. So with this, we come to the end of this segment of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Please be tuned in. We will soon be joining for the next segment.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present. by being ferocious with your son. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with your son.
Nithyanandam, welcoming back all the participants watching us live on YouTube, Facebook, and the various social media platforms. We will now be entering into the next wonderful segment where we see about how we can reach out to Devi Parashakti, how we can convey our blessing requests and our prayers and boons that we would like to receive to Devi through social media. And the acharyas who will be guiding you through this session is myself, Sri Nitya Tattvananda Maharaj, and Sri Nitya Sanatanananda Maharaj, who will be guiding you. And previously, we saw about the various revelations that Devi Parashakti has bestowed upon us, and what is the solution which Devi Parashakti has given for all of us to overcome those revelations and the obstacles that we are facing in the current world, and how we can be in the space of complete bliss and enlightenment. And we will now be entering into the first social media, the first platform through which we can connect to Devi Parashakti. The first platform that we'll be connecting is the YouTube platform. All of us can log on to the official channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda. And when we log on to the YouTube channel, all of us can click on the join icon where we can become a member of the channel. And after we become the member of the channel, we can go to the comment section, where in the comment section we can ask our prayers, our blessing requests in the comment box, where whatever you would like to ask to Devi, it might be as small as maybe a migraine or a headache to as big as a very important decision in your life. Whatever you wish to ask Devi Parashakti, you can ask it in the comment section, and Devi Parashakti is seeing and answering each and every one of our questions, each and every one's blessing requests and boon requests. So I request all the viewers to get into a space of deep gratitude and ask the question from a space of deep gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti. And that is the right context which we can have to ask our questions and prayers and blessings to Devi Parashakti. We will now be moving on to the next platform.
Nithyanandam. So the next platform to connect with Devi Parashakti is live Facebook video, and the official Facebook page is KAILASA's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam. And this is the official page of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam Nithyananda Paramashivam. The way to connect is you can go to following button and first search for KAILASA's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam page and click on following, where you can like and follow KAILASA's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. And from there, you can go to ask your questions. Once you see the feed, you'll see the questions, the comment section here, and you can ask your questions, comments, boons, or whatever requests you have for Devi Parashakti, dharma, artha, kama, moksha, anything, relationships, health, wealth, relationships, and she will fulfill your desires. So the next way to connect is
Here we can see we have a beautiful way as the Paramashivoham level 3 program is coming up. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened a very new feature where you can show your intention to attend the program Paramashivoham level 3 by updating your Facebook cover image to the special Paramashivoham cover. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has graced all of us from the KAILASA's Department of Information and Broadcasting. The KAILASA is offering the Facebook cover image for all of us to show our intention that we would like to participate in the Paramashivoham level 3 program. All of us can head over to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham, PARAMASHIVOHAM. And once we head over to the page, we can scroll towards the end of the page. And in the end of the page, you will find the Facebook cover image. You can download the image and upload it in your personal Facebook accounts and even in any of the pages that you own. Whether you have a page or whether you have a personal account, you can upload this image, and this banner has been customized and made just for all of you to show your intention to attend the Paramashivoham Level 3 program. So I invite all the viewers, all the participants, all the to-be participants of the Paramashivoham Level 3 program to log on to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham and download this wonderful banner which has been made by the KAILASA's Information and Broadcasting Department, and you can upload the wonderful Facebook cover image in your personal Facebooks. So we will now be heading over to the next platform.
Nithyananda. So the next
We will now be moving on to the next platform, which is the platform of the Twitter and Facebook after a short break.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala.
Nithyanandam, the next platform to connect with Devi Parashakti is on Instagram feed post. So the official handle of the Instagram feed is Shri Nithyananda. And here, once you search for this official page, you can click on follow Shri Nithyananda on Instagram by click on the like button here. And once you get the feed of Devi Parashakti, you can ask your questions and comment down below in the feed. So this is the other way of connecting with Devi Parashakti. The next way to connect with Devi Parashakti is on WhatsApp chat in kailasa.org. So first you need to open your web page on kailasa.org. Once you open the page, on the left-hand side bottom, you will see the chat on WhatsApp. So you click on chat on WhatsApp and you'll see this pop-up window come up. And you ask your questions here in the WhatsApp chat. So these are the 5 ways of connecting with Devi Parashakti during the Devi Parashakti readings. With this, we'll conclude the session of social media sharing, and we can come back after a short break.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut.
Nithyanandam, welcoming back all the participants watching us live on YouTube, Facebook, and the various other social media platforms. We will now be entering into the offerings to Devi Parashakti, where we see about the various items and the ornaments that we can donate and we can offer to Devi Parashakti, as Devi Parashakti comes in the whole Sarvalankara as described in the Vedas and Agamas about how Devi Parashakti looks and the form of Devi Parashakti. And we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism having the same Sarvalankara and literally embodying Devi Parashakti for all of us to have the darshan. And we can now first see about the context on what are the benefits that are there in each of the offerings to Devi Parashakti. Here we can see the verse from the Bhagavata Purana, the verse 37. Dharmaya yashaserthaya kamaya swajanaya cha panchadha vibhajan vittam इहामुत्र च मोदते.
Nityanandam, one part should be used for dharma, dana, etc. Second, for yasha, public works, which bring fame to oneself. Third, should be reinvested to generate more wealth. Fourth, for kama, enjoyment of material things. And fifth, for one's family and friends. 20% should be donated to for dharma. So this is the Shastra Pramana, the meaning of the Shastra Pramana. And now we move to the next slide. Next.
The next pramana for the offerings, the benefits of the offerings to Devi Parashakti, is from the Dharma Shastras. Grihe dashagunam danam गोष्ठे चैव शताधिकं पुण्यतीर्थेषु साहस्रम् अन्ततं शिवसन्निधौ.
Dana given at home yields 10 times as much merit as when made elsewhere, 100 times when made in Gaushala, cow pen, 1,000 times when made in the sacred places like tirthas, an infinite number of times when made in the premises of Shivalinga, such as the Shiva temple. So this is as per the Dharma Shastras.
The next we have the Shastra Pramana from the Brahmanda Purana, the verse 55 and 56. Danam trividhamityetat kanishta jyeshta madhyamam tatra naishreyasam jyeshtam kanishtam swartha siddhaye karunyat sarva bhuteshu samvibhagastu madhyamaha.
Dana given in order to achieve moksha, nishreyas, is considered the most valuable form. Dana given out of pity or kindness for others or for one's own kith and kin is considered to be of medium value. It is also called daya dana. Dana given to achieve one's own selfish ends is known as the least valued of all.
We will now be beginning the offerings to Devi Parashakti. The first offering is the E-Hundi. The Shastra Pramana for the offering is from the Lalita Sahasranama, the verse 42. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharada Radhya Sharvani Sharmadayini.
The Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes all the fear. Offering to Devi Parashakti, Ihundi. If there is any fear in the minds of devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated in Devi that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here, it is meant that autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi, consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva, Sharadaradhya, means worshipped by Shraddha, Saraswati. Shravani, wife of Lord Shiva, Linga Purana says, Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form, Shramadayini, Devi, who bestows happiness on devotees. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering her Kanika, or your name shall be chanted out during the puja to Devi. The offering to Devi Parashakti, Sankalpa chanting. The nominal price for this offering is $1 US. The Shastra Pramana is as follows.
The Shastra Pramana for the offering of the Sankalpa is from the Devi Mahatmyam, the chapter 12, verse 34. Tayai tanmohyate vishvam saiva vishvam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijnanam tushta ruddhim prayachati.
The meaning of this mantra is the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. Devi Mahatmya, chapter 12, verse 34. Offering to Devi Parashakti, Sankalpa chanting. Offer price 1 USD. Offering the Sankalpa, conscious resolution, blesses the person offering with all fruition of desires and wishes he is yearning for. The significance of divine element gold. Gold is present in all scriptures, agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most important, purest metal which purifies our being. In Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual fees were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illness, gold was offered as the ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses, cows were dressed in gold. Significance of divine element gold. Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. Indus River, the Sindhu River was called Hiranyamaya, river of gold. In Rig Veda, the river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold. Because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, it lasts forever. The offering to Devi Parashakti, the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu, the offering price is 75 USD, 151 USD, and 251 USD. Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes repetition of her various names. Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731. This is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It is a very special and unique archana offered to Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. Offer gold coins to Devi Parashakti to manifest any dimension or attribute of hers that you always wanted to imbibe with you. The offering to Devi Parashakti, Mukta Anguthi, finger ring with the pearl. The offer price for this donation, the donation for this offering is 251 USD, 501 USD, and 751 USD. So the Shastra Pramana for this is as follows.
The Shastra Pramana for the offering of the Mukta Angoti is from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam, the verse 2. Muktaharalasatkirita-ruchiram Purnendu-vaktra-prabham Sinjannu-pura-kinkini manidharam Padma-prabha-bhasuram Sarvabhishta-palapradam Girisutam Vani Rama-sevitam Meenakshim pranatosmi santatamaham Karunyavaranidhim.
I bow down to Goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like a full moon. She who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who are shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by Goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the Goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. The offering price for this offering, finger ring with pearl, is 251 USD, 501 USD, and 750 USD. Offer finger ring with a pearl to the Cosmic Mother and experience blessings and healing with your mother. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, golden lotus. The offering price is 600 USD and the Shastra Pramana for it is as follows.
The Shastra Pramana for the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa is from the Kamikagama. Ashtavidyeshwaropeta Kumbhavarna Samyutam Sarve Sasutra Vastradhya Hema Pankaja Bhushita Sapidhanas Sakurchascha Pakva Bilva Phalaprabha Snapanadhyaya Samsiddha Pramanena Samanvita.
So the meaning of this verse from the Kamikagama is as follows. All the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flowers made of gold. The URL for offering is tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, golden lotus, the cost of the offering is 600 USD. There are hundreds of scriptural references for using the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of the deities of the worship or meditating on the mudras and asanas used during the worship involves the lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, lotus petals. The lotus is the divine flower. Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as lotus. Base of Paramashiva Linga is lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is considered as a lotus about to bloom. Offer the gold lotus in any size you wish to and express gratitude to the tyaga and sacrifice of your mother. The next offering is the Swarna Methi, the golden toe ring. The cost of this offering to Devi Parashakti is 750 USD. The Shastra Pramana for the offering is as follows.
The Shastra Pramana for the offering of the Swarna Methi is Nathaditi di Sanchanna Namajjanatamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha.
You, whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness and ignorance from minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You, whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower too. The offering to Devi Parashakti. The slokam number 83 of the Saundarya Lahari, which states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna is darkness. In this stotram, tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. The offering to Devi Parashakti Swarnamiti, gold touring. The offering price for this seva is 750 USD. Offer the touring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessing in even the most difficult aspect of your life. The next offering for Devi Parashakti is Swarna Mangatika, the gold hairline. The offering price for this seva is 750 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this seva is Sudha Sharabhi Varshini, she who makes nectar flow in all our nerves from Sahasrahara, that is, she who gives the pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangatika represents the nectar flowing from Sahasrahara chakra, which is fully opened. Offer the Mangatika to Devi and receive blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and space of complete completion. So with this, we conclude the section for all the offerings for Devi Parashakti, and we'll move to the next section of offering to the Guru.
We will now be looking at the offerings to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here we can see the context and the benefits for offering to the Guru from the Kularnava Tantra, the chapter 12, verse 12. Na paduka paro manyo, na deva shri gurof paraha, na hi shaktat paradiksha, na punyam kula pujanat.
The meaning of this verse is there is no mantra higher than the
time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to the offerings to the Guru, and we were seeing the various offerings, the context for the offerings to the Guru. Here we have the next context from the Kularnava Tantra, the 12th chapter, verse 120. Rikta hastascha nopeyad rajanandevatam gurum palapushyanbaradini yatha shakya samarpayet evam no nachara devi brahmarakshasatam vrajet. One should not approach royalty, the deity, or the Guru empty-handed. He should offer fruit, flower, and cloth, and the like according to his capacity. One who does not do so becomes a brahmarakshasa. And we will now be looking at the first offering to the Guru, which is the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the offering of the sacred worship to the lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here we have the Shastra Pramana from the Kularnava Tantra, the 12th chapter, verse 5. Koti koti mantra japat, koti tirtha vagahanat, koti devachana devi, parashri paduka smritihi. O Devi, remember this Paduka, and which yields indefinitely greater merit than billions and billions of mantra japa, billions and billions of pilgrimages, and billions of worship. Here we can see the wonderful Shastra Pramana from the Kularnava Tantra, and we also have the offering of the Vastra Seva, which is offering of the cloth to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and all of us can see the cloth which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is adorning, the Kashaya Vastra and the various Abharanas, that is the jewelry which is adorned by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And if you would like to offer this, if you would like to offer the Vastra Seva, all of us can comment in the YouTube or Facebook videos, where the Acharyas will be happy to guide all of you to offer the Sevas to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we also have the wonderful program coming up, that is the Paramashivoham level 3. After 3 years, Paramashivoham is an immersive 21-day awakening event to teach you the science of manifesting the ultimate consciousness in you. This Paramashivoham manifests the deeper experiences of the 25 states of consciousness, the vertical time zones, the power manifestation. Let's all register for this wonderful program at kailasa.org/Paramashivoham, where you can make the offerings to attend the Paramashivoham program, make the registration. All of us can log on to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham, and we will now be looking at how we can make the various offerings to Devi Parashakti. The Acharyas, we will now be guiding you on how to make the offerings to Devi Parashakti through a small tutorial. So we can begin by looking at the 3 links which we can offer the sevas with. The first one is the registration form, which is tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi, and we can see the how to make the offering, the intentions for offering. You can see the inputs of inputting your first name, last name, the phone number, city, state, country, and after you click submit, you'll be directed to the online offering, donation offering page, which is tiny.cc/Devi-offerings, where you can make the offerings to Devi Parashakti. You can select the offering of your choice. We introduced about the various offerings in this segment, whether you want the Swarna Padma Pushpa or the Golden Lotus, and you can select the quantity of how many of the earrings or how many of the golden mangatika that you would like to offer, or any of the offerings. And here you can then add to your cart and then proceed to checkout, where you'll be guided on making the online donation by filling in all your details. And after you finish inputting all your details, you can click on place order, which will finish your donation to Devi Parashakti, to the offerings of Devi Parashakti. And then to make the offering of the Sankalpa names, all of us can give the names after you make the donation. You can give the names for the Sankalpa, which is the names of yourself and your family members, to be chanted in the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam. You can select the offerings, you can select the seva to which you have made the offering, and once you have selected the seva, in this case it would be the Devi Bhavasamadhi Darshan Parashakti Akashic readings, and once you click on the seva, you'll be guided on submitting the names for the Sankalpa, the names of yourself and the family members, your family members. And if any of the participants, if any of the devotees have any questions on how to make the offering, if you have any questions on which is the offering best for you and which offering that you would like to offer, and if you have any questions on how to make the offering, how to make the donations to Devi Parashakti, you can feel free to comment in the live YouTube or Facebook videos, where the acharyas are available to answer your questions. The acharyas will be happy to guide you on how you can make the offering to Devi Parashakti, how, and of course to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And also, if any of you would like to attend the Paramashivoham level 3 program, I'm sure all of us actually would like to attend, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, after 3 long years, is coming back with a wonderful program just for all of us. So let's all take this wonderful opportunity to make the donations and to make the registration for the program. Here we have a comment from Yun G. Kaiser saying, I want to offer to Guru, please bless that I may the unlimited amounts of money manifest. I always offer to Guru, but I want to offer 1008 every time. Please bless me, Swamiji. Yes, Yun G. Kaiser Ji, I'm sure Swamiji's blessings are there with all of us, and you will be able to make the offerings to Swamiji. And actually, we have the wonderful celebrations coming up of the Vaikuntha Ekadashi and even the Pongal, the Makar Sankranti celebrations, and offering the Pratiksha Pada Puja to the Guru during this auspicious time is a wonderful opportunity to offer these sevas at such auspicious time, when the Uttarayana is starting, when the auspicious time of the sun moving towards the north is starting. So let's take this wonderful opportunity. Just having the intention inside us is enough, and we will see that not just the money, but even the time and energy will be given by Bhagavan himself, by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, for us to manifest the seva. After all, it is given in the Tamil scriptures by the various rishis, Avan Arulale Avantal Vanangi, which is just by his grace we can offer the puja to his feet. So just by Swamiji's grace, all of us will be able to offer the Pada Puja and the wonderful offerings to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So I'm sure your question is answered, and I hope to see you in the Pratiksha Pada Puja very soon, Mr. Kaiser. And with that, we have seen all the offerings to Devi Parashakti and also the offerings to the Guru, and even the wonderful Paramashivoham level 3 program, which is starting very soon. So with that, we'll now be moving on to the next segment of this, which is the seeing the Leelas, the divine Leelas of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism over the years. And we'll be back with all of you after a short break.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Nithyanandam, welcoming all the participants who are following us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and other social media platforms. Welcome back to this segment of Glimpses of the Glory of the Past on the 10th of January. For those who are not yet familiar with this segment, we are basically going through the years since the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started his public life, and will be going through the years and witnessing the various forms of activities, contributions, and everything that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been doing and has done in order to restore the authentic tradition of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, to save Hinduism, and to establish the nation of Sri Kailasa. So without further ado, we'll be jumping into the first slide, first year. In this year, on the 10th January 2001, we can see the day 1 and 2 of the powerful 3-day Chandi Homa, personally performed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the revival of the Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystem in Kavuntapadi, Erode, Tamil Nadu, in South India, on the 9th, 10th, and 11th of January 2001, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was only 23 years of age. This powerful fire ritual offering to Devi Chandi, the universal cosmic mother, happened in Kavuntapadi, a village in Erode, the first ashram of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism after starting his public life. This venue is the famous Kaliamman temple in Kavuntapadi, and the head of the temple is seen in the photographs. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was honored by the indigenous Mudaliar community that owns the temple. So here we can see in the picture the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Avatar, 1008th Avatar of Paramashiva, performing the Chandi Homa. So for those who do not know, the Chandi Homa is a fire ritual in which we invoke the presence of Devi Chandi, the form of Chandi, Devi Parashakti. And it is an extremely long ritual, which can take hours and hours, 16 hours and more, to perform authentically. Here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally conducting the ritual. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was raised in the temple environment, temple-based ecosystem in the city of Tiruvannamalai, next to the Arunachaleshwara temple. So since his very young age, he was used to engage in rituals, to help, to support, and to perform rituals. And that has been his lifestyle since the very beginning. So he got trained, initiated into performing these rituals authentically. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism considers himself as a Shakta. So Shakta being the worshippers of Parashakti, of the sacred feminine consciousness, who manifests in the form of Parashakti. So this Homa, this ritual, is the embodiment of that. And it is surely one of the most rare and intense ritual to perform. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had shared in the past that he performed this ritual many, countless amount of times since his young age. And here he is performing the ritual for the sake of the devotees who gathered around him, blessing them with this intense energy that gets channeled, gets infused and invoked through the Agni, through the fire in this Homa fire ritual. We can see more pictures. Again, on the left, we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offering Arti, the sacred fire offering to the Kalashas in which the deities are invoked. And on the right, we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism holding a sugarcane stick and offering the Vastram, the sacred cloth, to the Agni, to Devi Parashakti, who is invoked, Devi Chandi, who is invoked in the fire as the offering of cloth, Vastram. You can see here, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offering milk to the Homa and performing the various dimensions, the various parts of this sacred, intense ritual for Devi Chandi.
The next, we'll be moving on to the 10th of January 2007, where we can see Kumudam, a famous Tamil article newspaper, publishes the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism under the title Manadai Tira Magirchi Pongatum. Here we can see the Tamil newspapers and the various newspapers all around India had given had been blessed with the opportunity to write the articles of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings and the various satsangs in their newspapers, in their articles, where thousands of people are enriched by all of these newspapers and all of these articles. And actually many of the people who come to Swamiji, as we know, the YouTube is one of the biggest platforms where people get connected to Swamiji just by watching one small video or just a ad or just a 1-minute video of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And same way, just by reading one article, just a few words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, thousands of devotees get connected and click with the truths that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revealing. And here we can see one such instance where the Kumudam, which is one of the most used and most famous magazines in Tamil Nadu in southern India, where we can see the article of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And actually in the coming years, you will see so many of these newspapers publishing the articles of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, whether it is the Kumudam magazines or so many other magazines, where even the magazine owners have come back to us telling that just for reading the everyday article by Swamiji, just for seeing the experts from Swamiji's satsangs and discourses, people have started buying the magazine and the magazine sales have gone up. And there are so many instances where just Swamiji, out of his mere compassion, gives his discourses for so many people to add, so the teachings of Swamiji can spread and more people can get connected to Hinduism, the Sanatana Dharma, and Swamiji. So we have seen one such instance, and we will now be moving on to the next years.
So moving into the year 2008, again on the 10th of January, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visits Namakkal district in Tamil Nadu, India, and blesses the devotees who had come to have a glimpse of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we can see in the pictures people gathering to receive the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his, again, early years of his public life. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism used to make himself physically available day and night for devotees, disciples, and followers all across the various states of Tamil Nadu. So here we can see one by one, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism attends to each and every devotee who came, answering their questions, answering their prayers, giving them guidance, and ultimately giving them blessings and diksha and initiation, one person at a time. That is how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked since the very day one to restore and revive the nation of Sri KAILASA, one person at a time, one person at a time. And we can see a glimpse of that in these pictures. So before jumping into the next year, we'll be having a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. In the next few moments, we'll be going through the further years of the 10th of January and the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the sake of the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma through the revival of the nation of Sri KAILASA.
time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Nithyanandam, welcoming back all the viewers watching us live on Facebook, YouTube, and the various other platforms. We will now be moving on to the next year, which is the 10th of January 2010, where we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism delivering the Bhagavad Gita Satsang in Chennai, Tamil Nadu. We can see the tens of thousands of people assembled for this Maha Satsang, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is expanding on the truths of Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita is a beautiful scripture in the Hindu Sanatana Dharma, where during the Mahabharata, which is an epic, which is a itihasa, and in the Mahabharata, Bhagavan Sri Krishna in the battlefield, when Arjuna is having the doubts about whether he wants to wage the war on his relatives and the people who keep adharma as a priority, and Bhagavan Sri Krishna narrates to him on the various topics about the Karma Yoga, which is doing his duty, and the various topics on devotion, how devotion, the Bhakti Yoga, how through devotion one can attain enlightenment, and at last, as the grand finale, Bhagavan Sri Krishna gives the whole Vishwarupa Darshana, which is Bhagavan Sri Krishna embodies himself as the whole cosmos, representing the whole cosmos inside Bhagavan Sri Krishna in the Rupa of Parandama, the cosmic form of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And Arjuna is then convinced that what he is doing is not an act of violence, but an act where he is upholding Dharma and upholding the vision of the avatar, the purpose of the avatar. And Arjuna continues to wage the war against the negative forces. And the Bhagavad Gita is not just for Arjuna, but Bhagavan Sri Krishna in a beautiful way narrated all these truths, which even now, after tens of thousands of years, the truths, whenever we read the Bhagavad Gita, immediately we can see that it is relevant to our day-to-day lives, where we can use the truths, where we can apply the truths that Bhagavan Sri Krishna gives in our day-to-day lives after so many years. And if you want to hear more about the Bhagavad Gita, what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed out of his utmost compassion, has decoded the truths of the Bhagavad Gita. And if you want to hear all of these truths, if you want to hear the satsangs, you can log on to the official channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda in YouTube. And also, you can log on to Nithyanandapedia, which is an encyclopedia of all the satsangs, all the revelations, and all the whole life happening of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So you can type in the date of 10th of January 2010 and hear the transcript, see the transcript of the whole satsang, and also the video of the satsang itself, which the Supreme Pontiff delivered on the 10th of January 2010.
Entering into the year 2011, again on the 10th of January, as part of the morning satsang, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained the communion possible with the Vedic deities and how they help create the realization of the sacred truths within us. Aurobindo, an enlightened master, says all the deities described in the Vedic tradition are independent intelligence available to us. Connecting and communing with them is possible. With this one clarity, Aurobindo is able to give the right understanding that imbibing the sacred truth can make you experience the deities. So in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, as most of you must already know, there are thousands, there are millions actually, of gods and goddesses, different manifestations of the ultimate Paramashiva, and relating to any of these deities will give you and lead you towards the oneness with Paramashiva, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is sharing in this discourse, which you can also witness if you go to the YouTube channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism or the Nithyananda, where any deity is infinitely intelligent, infinitely powerful, connecting to any deity, whatever feeling connection you might have. Any deity Yes, we are apologizing for this technical glitch. So I will briefly resume what I was sharing. So here, as we see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expanding on the communion with the Vedic deities and how entering in oneness with any of these deities leads us to experience oneness with the ultimate, the space of Paramashivoham, the space of Paramashivatva. So each deity is infinitely intelligent and infinitely powerful, and will directly guide us to the ultimate, to the oneness with the ultimate, and awakening and realizing that ultimate within ourselves. So the Vedic tradition is the science of connecting and cherishing, intensifying, integrating a higher and more intense feeling connection with the divine, with the ultimate, through whatever form you feel connected to, and experiencing that oneness, raising yourselves to the highest states of consciousness where the realization of the space of Paramashivoham happens. So again, if you wish to listen to this enlightening discourse from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, please go to Nithyananda on the 10th January 2011, and the link to the discourse will be made available. You can listen and imbibe these sacred truths.
We will now be moving on to the 10th of January 2012, where we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visiting the Madurai Meenakshi temple, which is the temple in southern India, where Devi Meenakshi and Bhagavan Sundareshwara are gracing and blessing thousands of devotees every single day in their forms. And Devi Meenakshi is an incarnation of Devi Parashakti, the divine feminine consciousness, and Lord Sundareshwara, Bhagavan Sundareshwara, is the incarnation of Bhagavan Paramashiva. And here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism going around in the Madurai Meenakshi temple and receiving the respects from the chief priests of the temple, the traditional respects, and we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gracing and blessing hundreds of devotees who are seeing the temple tour along with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and to all the viewers who do not know who Devi Meenakshi is. Long ago in the Pandya kingdom, there was a king, Malayadwaja, and Queen Kanchanamala, the king and queen of the Pandya kingdom. They did not bear a child for so many years. So in the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, there is a powerful ritual called the Putra Kameshti Yajna, which is a fire ritual where through the fire you can request to the divine of a child, and the divine blesses you with a child through the Agni, through the fire itself. And King Malayadwaja and Queen Kanchanamala performed this Putra Kameshti Yajna, and they asked, intensely prayed to Devi Parashakti and Bhagavan Paramashiva, and they were blessed with an incarnation of Devi Parashakti herself as Devi Meenakshi. And when she was born, when Devi Meenakshi was born, she was named Tadadakai, and she had 3 breasts, where a voice said when she was born that the 3rd breast will disappear when she meets her consort. And Devi Parashakti, as she is the princess of the Pandya kingdom, was raised as a warrior princess and learned all the 64 arts of Hindu Sanatana Dharma. And when she came of age, she was crowned by her father, King Malayadwaja, as the heir, as the queen of the Pandya kingdom. And when she became queen, she went on the Digvijaya Yatra, which is the conquering all the 54 kingdoms, or in other words, asserting your responsibility over the 54 kingdoms. And as part of the 54 kingdoms, when Devi Meenakshi went to the kingdom of KAILASA, the abode of Paramashiva, and she met with Nandi, who is the attendant of Bhagavan Paramashiva, and she even defeated Nandi in battle. And when Nandi ran to Paramashiva and told Bhagavan Paramashiva that there is a fierce princess from the Pandya kingdom who has come to put her leadership of Kailasa also, Bhagavan Paramashiva immediately understood that it is Devi Parashakti in the form of Meenakshi. And when Bhagavan Paramashiva showed his form, immediately Devi Meenakshi's 3rd breast disappeared, and she came to know, she realized her true form as Devi Parashakti, and requested that Bhagavan Paramashiva comes down to the Bhuloka in the sacred city of Madurai, which is the capital of the Pandya kingdom, to have the divine wedding of Devi Meenakshi, and to come as the beautiful form of Paramashiva as Bhagavan Sundareshwara, which is the most handsome form of Paramashiva. And Paramashiva also agrees to her request and comes down as Bhagavan Sundareshwara, and the divine wedding takes place, and they rule over the sacred city of Madurai and the Pandya kingdom for thousands of years. And this is the wonderful Leela played by Bhagavan Paramashiva and Devi Parashakti to establish the sacred Shyamala Pitha, Sarvanya Pitha, the all-knowing seat of the Shyamala Pitha, which is the seat of the Pandya kingdom, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the current emperor, the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Shyamala Pitha of the Madurai Adinam, which is the epicenter of the royal kingdom of the Shyamala Pitha, Sarvanya Pitha. And here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gracing the temple by paying his respects to the gods and goddesses and blessing all the devotees in the Madurai Meenakshi temple.
So entering into the year 2013, again on the 10th of January, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducts the NKY, the Nitya Kriya Yoga program for the participants who gathered physically in Adi Kailasa in the Bengaluru Adinam. And he's also allowing people to join online and attend to the program in the various centers in the various KAILASAs around the world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism designed many such programs in order to help participants to complete with their incompletions, to expand their chakras, to cherish liberating cognitions, and to allow ultimately the Kundalini Shakti to flow in the body, to break the life negative patterns, and to experience the higher states of consciousness and oneness with Paramashiva, leading to the paramanifestation of the Shaktis of Paramashiva. So here we can see the people doing different kinds of processes, sometimes in pairs, sometimes alone, contemplating on their lives and the various incompletions or life negative patterns that they have been cherishing since early childhood. And as they go through various processes and techniques, they free themselves from these false cognitions. And ultimately, at the end of the day, they receive the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which awakens the Kundalini. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that when the Kundalini gets awakened, it is like a tsunami, a flood coming intensely in the body and removing all these incompletions, these life negative cognitions, which have been identified during the day, and much more. It cleanses the biomemory and the muscle memory, and it literally gives you a new breath of fresh air. So the Nithyananda Kriya program, the Nitya Kriya program was one such program which was conducted on this day in the year of 2013.
We will now be looking at the next year, which is the 10th of January 2014, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes how many various groups in the world exploit us by reinforcing our HDH, the self-doubt, self-hatred and self-denial. These three alone keep us from expanding and having success in life. Advaita Vedanta is the only religion that teaches us the science of completion, giving us the exact tools needed not only to excel in life, but to allow enlightenment to flow in us. Especially to speak to the teens and the students of nowadays. And whenever the students in university or in school, you might have experienced yourself and seen your kids that every single day in the school, it is all about the self-doubt, the self-hatred and self-denial in various forms, similar to the peer pressure that the student experiences in becoming the leader one, the number one in the class, or whether the approval that he wishes to have from all his professors, from all his teachers, or it might be the pressure from his parents that they want him to be the number one in the school or be number one in the sports team in the school, or many of these factors right from when the child is around 5 years old or 6 years old in the first grade. We can see all these patterns of HDHT, which is continuously reinforced by the society, by the parents. And here the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is sharing about the Advaita Vedanta, which is the only concept where it teaches us that we are all one and the same, and whatever the other person experiences is just a reflection of you in what is happening in you, and the various truths where we do not get stuck by the STHT patterns and literally ruin our lives by continuously falling into these patterns, rather experience the powers and the Shaktis of Paramashiva, where you live as Paramashiva himself and embody the divinity inside you. And that is one of the most important concepts that is taught in the Gurukul of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where right from at 7 years old, when they join the Gurukul, they are taught that they are Paramashiva, and there is no comparison and no STHT that is reinforced. Rather, it is more and more the cognitions that they are Paramashiva, that they can express the state space beings, the powers of Paramashiva and the super consciousness of Paramashiva. And that is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is sharing, whether in the Gurukul or whether in all of the programs which is blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and to rewire our brain not to fall into the patterns of STHT, rather fall into the space of Advaita, the space of Paramashivoham. And here we can see the wonderful address, and if you would like to know more, you're always welcome to log on to the Nithyanandapedia, which is the encyclopedia of all the happenings of the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where you can go to the same date of the 10th of January 2014 and see the transcript of the satsang and various other satsangs of the Advaita, of living Advaita. And let us now move on to the next year after a short break.
Yes, so welcoming all of you back. Let us go into the next year of 2015. On the 10th of January 2015, during the morning satsang, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues with the Living Advaita series on the Upanishads. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism advises everyone to finish off making our completions, dropping all our old cognitions we have about ourselves, and then being ready to receive the cosmic cognitions from the Upanishads. Get ready to receive the original cognition from the cosmos. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in this morning satsang puts emphasis on the importance of coming back to a space of complete completion, dropping all our faltu or false cognitions about life in order to awaken the space of listening within us so that we can receive the ultimate cognitions from the Upanishads, which are basically direct cosmic downloads from the rishis who were operating in the space of samadhi, in the space of pure oneness with the ultimate, oneness with Paramashiva, so that these truths can enter into us deeply, reverberate, and start to radiate through us. So if you wish, again, to listen to this enlightening discourse, inviting you to go to Nithyanandapedia on this day and listen to the link to the satsang, which is made available there. You can also go on the YouTube channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam, and listen to these Living Advaita series satsangs.
Let us now move on to the 10th of January 2016, where on this day one of the profound session for Inner Awakening graduates, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism introduces the upcoming Inner Awakening program he shares that he will radiate all three of these powerful programs together: Inner Awakening, Shivoham, and Nithyanandoham. It was a wonderful program in 2016 where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared about the various topics from all the programs. And actually, even in the December of 2016, we had the wonderful Sadashivoham programs, where it was an extraordinary program where all the participants manifested not just the completion, but even the powers of Paramashiva were introduced to the participants, where all the participants had manifested such powers, such extraordinary powers, which you would have seen in the first segment. And even now, in a few days, we have the upcoming Paramashivoham Level 3 program, which is starting on the 19th of February till the 11th of March, during the auspicious time of the Mahashivaratri, which is the most auspicious night as per the Hindu Sanatana Dharma, where Bhagavan Paramashiva manifested as the light shaft and gave the enlightenment to Bhagavan Brahma and Vishnu. And on that auspicious day, in that auspicious season, we are having the Paramashivoham Level 3 program, which is after 3 long years of waiting, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gracing all of us by this wonderful Paramashivoham program. And if any of the viewers would like to register for the program, all of us can log on to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham, where you will be able to register for the program. And if you have any questions about the program, or if you want to know more, you can feel free to comment live on the Facebook and YouTube chat, where the acharyas are available to answer your questions and to guide you through the process of the registration for the Paramashivoham Level 3 program. And with that, let's move on to the next year.
So entering into the year 2017, the Nithyananda Yogam participants shares their experience of manifesting various Shaktis of Paramashiva. So Shaktis are basically the powers which manifest from the space of oneness with Paramashiva. Unlike Siddhis, who manifest when we move towards oneness to Paramashiva, different powers can manifest through the intensity of the penance or the processes that a seeker goes through. But Siddhis distract you from enlightenment, whereas Shaktis strengthen your experience of enlightenment as they manifest through the space of enlightenment. So in 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted many times this program, the Nithyananda Yogam programs, where participants from all around the world were invited to come in the close quarters of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to spend literally the entire day with the avatar of Paramashiva and get initiated. In the year 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism used to literally initiate at least one Shaktis, a different Shakti every day to these participants, and obviously the Gurukul Balasans who were also part of the program. So the participants who came for the Nithyananda Yoga program entangled with the Gurukul Balasans witnessed and also manifested these powers. Every morning during the live satsang, the participants and the Gurukul Balasans used to come and share what they have witnessed and what they have experienced as these Shaktis were manifesting intensely in the courtyard of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So an amazing time for everyone who were present during those days. So here we are having a glimpse again. If you want to listen to these sharings, inviting you to go to Nithyandapedia on this day and click the link which leads to the discourse which was made available on this day.
We will now be moving on to the 10th of January 2018, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the visionary through whom this whole revival of Kailasa is made possible. On this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave energy darshan to hundreds of delegates at the Nitya Dhyan Yoga Convention at Bidadi, Bengaluru Adinam. we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism giving the energy darshan to people who do not know what energy darshan is. The avatar, out of his most compassion and the grace, the avatar bestows the same space of enlightenment, the same space of the Kundalini awakening in the participants, where just by the Diksha, which is the initiation, just by the touch of the avatar, either the touch, which is the Sparsha Diksha, or just by a look, which is the Nayana Diksha, or by the sounds, the sacred mantras, which is the Mantra Diksha, the avatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, transmits the space of enlightenment and awakens that dormant Kundalini Shakti inside all of us, which in turn awakens all our 7 chakras and awakens the innate possibilities inside all of us, where we can manifest the state, space, being, and powers and superconsciousness of Paramashiva. And the Nitya Dhyan Yoga is a beautiful 4-day program which is scripted and which is personally made by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for awakening this Kundalini Shakti inside all of us and for manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. With this, we'll now be moving on to the next wonderful years after a short break.
So welcoming each and everyone back. So on the year 2019 here, we can have an amazing glimpse of one of the darshan, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave to all the participants of the first Paramashivoham program. So in December 2018 and January 2019, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted for the first time the groundbreaking program of Paramashivoham. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted this program remotely through 3D technology to the participants who gathered physically to Adi KAILASA, Bengaluru, India. So we'll be watching a short clip having a glimpse of this amazing darshan. Darshan being a glimpse of the space of Paramashiva, which is being radiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is established in the highest oneness of Paramashiva, radiating this dimension intensely for it to be mirrored inside of us through the mirroring neuron process, for us to experience the same highest state of consciousness. So without further ado, we'll be watching this short clip.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
वक्त्राय महेश्वराय अघोरहृदयाय रुद्रेश्वराय वामेश्वराय स्थितिकारणाय सत्यस्वरूपाय सृजनेश्वराय स्वागतं स्वागतं स्वामिन् ते स्वागतम् अस्माकं हृदये भोः सुस्वागतं ते स्वागतं स्वागतं स्वामिन् ते स्वागतम् अस्माकं हृदये भोः सुस्वागतं ते ब्रह्मस्वरूपं शिवशक्तियैक्यं दमरुककर्तिनुशूलम् आह्वानहस्तं काषाय वस्त्रं राजसन्न्यासं वन्देहं परमहंस नित्यानन्द सद्गुरुं கொண்டு கங்கை முடி கொண்டு நந்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே கோவிலை குடி பூசி முடி தனையேந்தும் காலனே புடி ஸ்ரீ ஜெகத்குரு பிடிகான் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே உலகளை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணினே சத்குரு ஆயுள் திங்கள் நித்தம் உரைகின்ற செவ்வுரி கொண்ட செல்வனே சொக்கனே எந்த சோமனே ஐயா சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே அடிமுடி காணா அண்ணா மலையே அகிலம் போற்றிடும் ஐயனே நாகாவரணனே நால்வர் போற்றிட நயம்புட நாடிடும் நாதனே ஆழகாலமுண்டு ஆழம் பாடுதடிலானத நடமிடும் ஆதி செய்வனே அங்கிடம் கொண்டு கங்கை முடி கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை பொடி பூசி முடுகை தனையேந்தும் காலனே புலிகோலனே வீணின் விழிகால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே.
Nithyanandam, welcoming back all the participants watching us live on YouTube, Facebook, and the various social media platforms. We just were blessed with a wonderful darshan by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and we have seen the Oneness Capsule, which literally awakens the same energy in all of us, even seeing just the video of the Oneness Capsule. Let us now move on to the 10th of January 2020, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, expounded on the cosmic principle, bliss is good puja, during the everyday live public address, the Nithyananda Satsang. His Divine Holiness revealed that prayer is the most powerful, ultimate way of connecting with Paramashiva, which will start as Vishishta Advaita, evolves as Dvaita, raising to Advaita, and manifesting as Shuddha Advaita. We can also see the various pictures from the live satsang, and we will now be moving on to the next year.
So entering into the final year, 2001, last year, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives his blessings and accepts various offerings, rituals performed all over the world as part of the Nithyanandosavam celebrations. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who has left the society since 2018, is not presently physically available to people, yet makes himself available through various other ways, such as online. So here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessing with his presence, something that the devotees are extremely excited about and yearn for. Here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessing with his presence and receiving the various rituals offered in the various Kailasas around the world by the disciples and devotees during the celebrations, the Nithyanandotsavam. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that in Hinduism, the entire year is about celebration. He mentioned that 300 days a year we celebrate, and the rest of the 65 days we prepare for the next celebration. So celebration is the lifestyle of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the temple-based ecosystem, and the enlightened civilization. So here we can have a glimpse of that in the year of 2021. So with this, we'll be moving on to the next segment very shortly. So we invite you to stay tuned as the Adi KAILASA will be blessing us live with the rituals which are taking place today. So inviting you to stay tuned. And in a few moments, you'll have the darshan, the blessings of these rituals being performed live in Adi KAILASA, Bengaluru, India. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you in a few moments. Nithyanandam.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam. Today is the second day of the Uttaranga Utsava, the conclusory celebrations of Nithyanandotsavam, the celebration of the 45th Jayanti, that is the 45th anniversary of the happening of the Avatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Nijavatara, the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, who has descended to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Nithyanandotsavam is being celebrated all over KAILASA, the first nation for all Hindus. Today, Devi Parashakti is going to grace us in the Teppal festival, Teppotsavam. Teppal is a grandly decorated water float which is set afloat in the waters of the temple tank. The grandly decorated deity of Devi Parashakti will be offered puja and aradhana, and she will be gracefully taken around on a procession on the water float. The Teppotsavam is a beautiful ritual that gently brings the intense energy of the 21-day Nithyananda Brahmotsavam to a blissful peace. Let us now move to the sacred Teppal celebration on the second day of the Uttaranga celebrations of Nithyanandotsavam.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतम् भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिनि मध्यमां नित्यानन्दपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्। ललाटे त्रिपुण्ड्रे निटिलकृतकस्तूरीतिलकः स्फुरन्मालाधारस्फुरितकटिकौपीनवसनः दधानो दुस्तारं शिरसि फणिराजं शशिकलां प्रदीपः सर्वेषाम् अरुणगिरियोगी विजयते। बालार्कारुणपद्मपीठनिलयाम् वामादिशक्त्यावृताम् एलागन्धिसुकुन्तलाम् द्विनयनाम् हेमाम्बरालङ्कृताम् वामे लम्बकरां सुशैलतनयाम् दक्षे करेन्दीवराम् श्यामाभां शरदिन्दुचारुवदनाम् ध्यायेत् परामम्बिकाम्। ॐ श्रियै नमः। ॐ उमायै नमः। ॐ भारत्यै नमः। ॐ भद्रकायै नमः। ॐ शर्वायै नमः। ॐ विजयायै नमः। ॐ जयायै नमः। ॐ वाण्यै नमः। ॐ सर्वगतायै नमः। ॐ गौर्यै नमः। ॐ वाराह्यै नमः। ॐ कमलप्रियायै नमः। ॐ सरस्वत्यै नमः। ॐ कमलायै नमः। ॐ मायायै नमः। ॐ मातङ्ग्यै नमः। ॐ अपरायै नमः। ॐ अजायै नमः। ॐ शाकम्भर्यै नमः। ॐ शिवायै नमः। ॐ चण्ड्यै नमः। ॐ कुण्डल्यै नमः। ॐ वैष्णव्यै नमः। ॐ क्रियायै नमः। ॐ श्रियै नमः। ॐ ऐन्द्रयै नमः। ॐ मधुमत्यै नमः। ॐ गिरिजायै नमः। ॐ सुभगायै नमः। ॐ अम्बिकायै नमः। ॐ तारायै नमः। ॐ पद्मावत्यै नमः। ॐ हंसायै नमः। ॐ पद्मनाभसहोदर्यै नमः। ॐ अपर्णायै नमः। ॐ ललितायै नमः। ॐ धात्र्यै नमः। ॐ कुमार्यै नमः। ॐ शिवाहिन्यै नमः। ॐ शाम्भव्यै नमः। ॐ सुमुख्यै नमः। ॐ मैत्र्यै नमः। ॐ त्रिनेत्रायै नमः। ॐ विश्वरूपिण्यै नमः। ॐ आर्यायै नमः। ॐ मृडान्यै नमः। ॐ ह्रीङ्कार्यै नमः। ॐ क्रोधिन्यै नमः। ॐ सुदिनायै नमः। ॐ अचलायै नमः। ॐ सूक्ष्मायै नमः। ॐ परात्परायै नमः। ॐ शोभायै नमः। ॐ सर्ववर्णायै नमः। ॐ हरप्रियायै नमः। ॐ महालक्ष्म्यै नमः। ॐ महासिद्ध्यै नमः। ॐ स्वधायै नमः। ॐ स्वाहायै नमः। ॐ मनोन्मन्यै नमः। ॐ त्रिलोकपालिन्यै नमः। ॐ उद्भूतायै नमः। ॐ त्रिसन्ध्यायै नमः। ॐ त्रिपुरान्तक्यै नमः। ॐ त्रिशक्त्यै नमः। ॐ त्रिपदायै नमः। ॐ दुर्गायै नमः। ॐ ब्राह्म्यै नमः। ॐ त्रैलोक्यवासिन्यै नमः। ॐ पुष्करायै नमः। ॐ अत्रिसुतायै नमः। ॐ गूढायै नमः। ॐ त्रिवर्णायै नमः। ॐ त्रिस्वरायै नमः। ॐ त्रिगुणायै नमः। ॐ निर्गुणायै नमः। ॐ सत्यायै नमः। ॐ निर्विकल्पायै नमः। ॐ निरञ्जन्यै नमः। ॐ ज्वालिन्यै नमः। ॐ मालिन्यै नमः। ॐ चर्चायै नमः। ॐ ग्रव्यातोपनिबर्हिन्यै नमः। ॐ कामाक्ष्यै नमः। ॐ कामिन्यै नमः। ॐ कान्तायै नमः। ॐ कामदायै नमः। ॐ कलहंसिन्यै नमः। ॐ सलज्जायै नमः। ॐ कुलजायै नमः। ॐ प्राज्ञै नमः ॐ प्रभायै नमः ॐ मदनसुन्दर्यै नमः ॐ वागीश्वर्यै नमः ॐ विशालाक्ष्यै नमः ॐ सुमङ्गल्यै नमः ॐ काल्यै नमः ॐ महेश्वर्यै नमः ॐ चण्ड्यै नमः ॐ भैरव्यै नमः ॐ भुवनेश्वर्यै नमः ॐ नित्यायै नमः ॐ सनन्दविभवायै नमः ॐ सत्यज्ञानायै नमः ॐ तमोभायै नमः ॐ महेश्वरप्रियङ्कर्यै नमः ॐ महात्रिपुरसुन्दर्यै नमः ॐ दुर्गापरमेश्वर्यै नमः धूर्वधूर्वन्तम् धूर्वतयोस्मान् धूर्वदितम् धूर्वयम् वयम् धूर्वामस्त्वम् देवानामसि सस्मितमम् वप्रितमम् दुष्टतमम् वह्नितमम् देवहूतममहृतमसि हविर्धानम् मृगुम्हस्वमाह्वाः मित्रस्य त्वा चक्षुषा प्रेक्षे माभेर्मा संविक्था मा त्वा हि गुंसृशम् श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशिवशक्तिन्यै नमः धूपमाघ्रापयामि ॐ उत्दीप्य स्वजातवेदोपघ्नन्नररितिं मम पशुकृश्च मह्यमावह जीवनं च दिशो दिशा मानो हि गुंसी जातवेदो वामश्वं पुरुषं जगते अबिभ्रदग्नागहि श्रिया मा परिपातय श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशिवशक्तिन्यै नमः दीपं सन्दर्शयामि ॐ मधुवातार्तायते मधुक्षरन्ति सिन्धवः माध्वीर्नः सन्त्वोषधीः मधुनक्तमुदोषधि मधुमत्पार्थिवगुम्रजः मधुद्यौरस्तु नः पिता मधुमान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुमागुमस्तु सूर्यः माध्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः मधु 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 श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशिवशक्तिन्यै नमः अमृतं महानैवेद्यं निवेदयामि नैवेद्यानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि सांग्रहण्येष्ट्यायजते इमां जनतागुं सङ्गृहाणीति द्वादशारत्नेरशना भवति द्वादश मासा संवत्सरः संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति ऊर्ग्वै मुञ्जाः ऊर्जमेवावरुन्धे चित्रा नक्षत्रं भवति चित्रं वा एतत्कर्म श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशिवशक्तिन्यै नमः अलङ्कारदीपं सन्दर्शयामि ॐ त्रीणि त्रीणि वै देवानां वृद्धानि त्रीणि छन्दागुंसि त्रीणि सवनानि त्रय इमे लोकाः हृद्यामेव तद्वीर्य एषु लोकेषु प्रतितिष्ठति यच्चातुर्मास्य याज्यात्मनो नावद्येते श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिन्यै नमः त्रिनेत्रदीपं सन्दर्शयामि हिरण्यपात्रं मधोः पूर्णं ददाति माधव्योऽसानीति एकधा ब्रह्मण उपहरति एकदैव यजमान आयुस्तेजो दधाति श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशिवशक्तिन्यै नमः कुम्भदीपं सन्दर्शयामि ॐ ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपतिर्ब्रह्मणोऽधिपतिर्ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवो ॐ तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्रः प्रचोदयात् अघोरेभ्यो घोरेभ्यो घोरघोरतरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः बलविकरणाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमथनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः ॐ सद्यो जातं प्रपद्यामि सद्यो जाताय वै नमो नमः भवे भवेनाति भवे भवस्व मां भवोद्भवाय नमः गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात् ॐ गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात् ॐ गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात् श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिन्यै नमः। कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि, रक्षां धारयामि। ॐ बृहत्सामक्षत्रभृद्वृद्धवृष्णियं दृष्टुभौजशोभितमुग्रवीरम् इन्द्रस्तोमेन पञ्चदशेन मध्यमिदं वातेन सकलेन रक्षां धारयामि। ॐ नभो नभो भवति जायमानोऽह्नां केतुरुषसामेत्यग्रम् भागं देवेभ्यो विदधात्यायन् प्रचन्द्रमास्तिरते दीर्घमायुः। ॐ मूर्धानं दिवो अरतिं पृथिव्या वैश्वानरमृताय जातमग्निं कविगुं सम्राजमतिथिं जनानामासन्नापात्रं जनयन्त देवाः। ॐ दूरमस्मच्छत्रवो यन्तु भीताः तदिन्द्राग्नी कृणुतां तद्विशाखे तन्नो देवा अनुमदन्तु यज्ञं पश्चात् पुरस्तादभयन्नो अस्तु। ॐ वायुस्तागुम् अग्रे प्रभवोऽस्तु देवः प्रजापतिः प्रजया संविधानः प्रमुञ्चमाना भुवनस्य रेतो वातुं सत्तयजमानाय देवाः उपाकृतगुं शशमानं यदस्था जीवं देवानामप्येदुपाथः। केतुं कृण्वन्न केतवेपेशो मर्या अपेशसे समुषद्भिरजायथाः ब्रह्मा देवानां पदवीः कवीनां ऋषिर्विप्राणां महिषो मृगाणां क्षीणो गृध्रा नागस्वधितिर्वना नागस्सोमः पवित्रमत्येतिरेभन्ने सचित्रचित्रं चितयन्तमस्मै चित्रक्षत्रचित्रतामं वयोधाम् चन्द्रं रयिं पूर्वीरं बृहन्तं चन्द्राभिर्गृणते योपस्व। ॐ राजाधिराजाय प्रसह्य साहिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे समे कामान् कामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः। गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात्। ॐ गणाम्बिकायै गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात्। ॐ गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात्। श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिन्यै नमः। कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि, रक्षां धारयामि। ॐ भवस्य देवस्य पत्न्यै नमः। ॐ सर्वस्य देवस्य पत्न्यै नमः। ॐ ईशानस्य देवस्य पत्न्यै नमः। ॐ पशुपतेर्देवस्य पत्न्यै नमः। ॐ उग्रस्य देवस्य पत्न्यै नमः। ॐ रुद्रस्य देवस्य पत्न्यै नमः। ॐ भीमस्य देवस्य पत्न्यै नमः। ॐ महतो देवस्य पत्न्यै नमः। ॐ पूगीफलसमायुक्तं नागवल्लीदलैर्युतं कर्पूरचूर्णसंयुक्तं ताम्बूलं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। यो वां पुष्पं वेद पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति। चन्द्रमा वा अपां पुष्पं पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति। य एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति। श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिन्यै नमः। वेदोक्तमन्त्रपुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि।
The Teppotsavam is a beautiful ritual that gently brings the intense energy of the 21-day Nithyananda Brahmotsavam to a blissful peace. Today, Devi Parashakti is going to grace us in the Teppal festival, Teppalotsavam. Teppal is a grandly decorated water float which is set afloat in the waters of the temple tank. Let us now witness this beautiful ritual, Teppotsavam, where the grandly decorated deity of Devi Parashakti will be offered puja, and she will be gracefully taken around on a procession on the water float.
अहं रुद्रेभिर्वसुभिश्चराम्यहमादित्ये ऋतविश्वदेवैः अहं मित्रावरुणो भाविभर्म्यहमिन्द्राग्नी अहमश्विनो भा अहं सोममाहनसं बिभर्म्यहं त्वष्टारमुतपोषणं भगम् अहं दधामि द्रवीणं हविष्मते सुप्राव्ये यजमानाय सुन्वते अहं राष्ट्री संगमनी वसूनां चिकितुषी प्रथमा यज्ञियानां ताम्मा देवा व्यदधुः पुरुत्रा भूरिस्थात्रां भूर्या वेशयन्ति मया सोऽन्नमत्ति यो विपश्यति य प्राणीति य शृणोद्युक्तम् अमन्तवो मान्त उपक्षियन्ति श्रुतिश्रुतश्रद्धिवन्ते वदामि अहमेव स्वयमिदं वदामि जुष्टं देवेभिरुतमानुषेभिः यं कामयेतं तमुग्रं कृणोमि तं ब्रह्माणं तमृषिं तं सोमेधा अहं रुद्राय धनुरातनोमि ब्रह्मद्विशेषर वेहन्तव ॐ गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात् ॐ गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात् ॐ गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात् श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिन्यै नमः कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि
தெப்பம். கண்கள் கவரும் கொள்ளை அழகோ நித்யன் வரும் ஆனந்த தெப்பம். ஆடி வரும் தெப்பம், அசைந்து வரும் தெப்பம், ஞானம் தரும் தெப்பம், நித்யானந்தன் வரும் தெப்பம். அழகாக வெள்ளி நிலவது தரையிறங்கியதோ, விளக்காக விண்மீன்களும் ஒளி கூட்டியதோ. அழகாக வெள்ளி நிலவது தரையிறங்கியதோ, விளக்காக விண்மீன்களும் ஒளி கூட்டியதோ. விண்ணும் மதிரும் இடி முழக்கம் இசையானதுவோ, கண்ணை பறிக்கும் ஒளி மின்னல் சுதி சேர்த்ததுவோ. சுகமாய் தென்றல் சாமரங்கள் வீசுகின்றதோ, அசையும் மரங்கள் மங்களமாய் ஆடுகின்றதோ. ஆடி வரும் தெப்பம், அசைந்து வரும் தெப்பம், ஞானம் தரும் தெப்பம், நித்யானந்தன் வரும் தெப்பம். முல்லையோடு செண்பகமும் மல்லி மலர் சோலை, அல்லியோடு வில்வமெனும் தெய்வ மலர் மாலை. மின்னும் தோரணமாய் தெப்பம் தனு சிரிக்கும், நித்யனவன் பாதம் தனை வருடி மிக்க மனம் கழிக்கும். உரைதான் நிலையோ ஆனந்தத்தின் நிலையை விளக்க, மிகைதான் அழகோ வார்த்தை இல்லை பதமாய் இசைக்க. ஆடி வரும் தெப்பம், அசைந்து வரும் தெப்பம், ஞானம் தரும் தெப்பம், நித்யானந்தன் வரும் தெப்பம். தோகை மயில் ஆனந்தமாய் காவடிகள் ஆடியதோ, வேங்குழலும் நித்யனுக்கே மந்திரங்கள் ஓதியதோ. பக்தர்களின் கூட்டமெல்லாம் பண்ணிசைத்து பாடியதோ. பார்க்க இந்த காட்சியினை பாறையிலும் நீர் வருதோ. விண்ணுலகமும் மண்ணுலகமும் கொண்டாடிடும் ஆனந்தன் தெப்பம். கண்கள் கவரும் கொள்ளை அழகோ நித்யன் வரும் ஆனந்த தெப்பம். ஆடி வரும் தெப்பம், அசைந்து வரும் தெப்பம், ஞானம் தரும் தெப்பம், நித்யானந்தன் வரும் தெப்பம். பகையாய் வரும் எண்ணம் யாவையுமே செயலிழக்காதா. சுகமாய் நித்யன் பாதம் தன்னில் வந்து சரணடையாதா. பகையாய் வரும் எண்ணம் யாவையுமே செயலிழக்காதா. சுகமாய் நித்யன் பாதம் தன்னில் வந்து சரணடையாதா. தெப்பம் அசைந்து வரும் தெப்பம் ஞானம் தரும் தெப்பம் நித்யானந்தன் வரும் தெப்பம்.
गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात्. ॐ गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात्. ॐ गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात्. श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिन्यै नमः. कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि.
தெப்பம் கண்கள் கவரும் கொள்ளை அழகோ நித்யன் வரும் ஆனந்த தெப்பம் ஆடி வரும் தெப்பம் அசைந்து வரும் தெப்பம் ஞானம் தரும் தெப்பம் நித்யானந்தன் வரும் தெப்பம். வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் வலம் வரும் தெய்வம் அவன் வேண்டிடும் அன்பருக்கே வரம் தரும் வள்ளலவன் கண்கள் கவரும் கொள்ளை அழகோ நித்யன் வரும் ஆனந்த தெப்பம் கண்கள் கவரும் கொள்ளை அழகோ நித்யன் வரும் ஆனந்த தெப்பம் ஆடி வரும் தெப்பம் அசைந்து வரும் தெப்பம் ஞானம் தரும் தெப்பம் நித்யானந்தன் வரும் தெப்பம். கண்கள் கவரும் கொள்ளை அழகோ நித்யன் வரும் ஆனந்த தெப்பம் ஆடி வரும் தெப்பம் அசைந்து வரும் தெப்பம் ஞானம் தரும் தெப்பம் நித்யானந்தன் வரும் தெப்பம். அழகாக வெள்ளி நிலவது தரையிறங்கியதோ விளக்காக விண்மீன்களும் ஒளி கூட்டியதோ. அழகாக வெள்ளி நிலவது தரையிறங்கியதோ விளக்காக விண்மீன்களும் ஒளி கூட்டியதோ. விண்ணும் அதிரும் இடி முழக்கம் இசையானதுவோ கண்ணை பறிக்கும் ஒளி மின்னல் ஸ்ருதி சேர்த்ததுவோ. சுகமாய் தென்றல் சாமரங்கள் வீசுகின்றதோ அசையும் மரங்கள் மங்களமாய் ஆடுகின்றதோ. ஆடி தெப்பம் ஞானம் தரும் தெப்பம் நித்யானந்தன் வரும் தெப்பம். சிரிக்கும் நித்யனவன் பாதம் தனை வருடி மிக்க மனம் களிக்கும். உரைதான் நிலையோ ஆனந்தத்தின் நிலையை விளக்க, மிகைதான் அழகோ வார்த்தை இல்லை பதமாய் இசைக்க. ஆடி வரும் தெப்பம் அசைந்து வரும் தெப்பம் ஞானம் தரும் தெப்பம் நித்யானந்தன் வரும் தெப்பம். கண்கள் கவரும் கொள்ளை அழகோ நித்யன் வரும் ஆனந்த தெப்பம். ஆடி வரும் தெப்பம் அசைந்து வரும் தெப்பம் ஞானம் தரும் தெப்பம் நித்யானந்தன் வரும் தெப்பம். பகையாய் வரும் எண்ணம் யாவையுமே செயலிழக்காதா, சுகமாய் நித்யன் பாதம் தன்னில் வந்து சரணடையாதா. பகையாய் வரும் எண்ணம் யாவையுமே செயலிழக்காதா, சுகமாய் நித்யன் பாதம் தன்னில் வந்து சரணடையாதா. வஞ்சகரையும்
गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात्. ॐ गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात्. ॐ गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात्. श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिन्यै नमः. कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि, रक्षान् धारयामि. शोणाद्रीशावताराय ज्योतिस्तम्भस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् तत्त्वज्ञानप्रदाताय नित्यानन्देश्वररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् मूलप्रकृतिरूपाय परमशिवशक्तिनी स्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् दण्डत्रिशूलहस्ताय कालकालस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् आदिपूज्याय देवाय सकृत्पूर्णस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् सर्वाभयविनाशकाय शत्रुसंहाररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् योगपट्टाभिषिक्ताय राजसन्न्यासधारिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् सार्वभौमैकपत्याय राजराजार्चिताय च श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलं गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलम् परमावताराय नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम् त्वं स्मृतमहं धन्य मम प्राणमहेश्वर गंगाधर नामेति स्तोत्रस्थानं ददाम्यहम्.
Thank you for joining us for today's second day celebrations, the conclusory celebrations of Nithyanandotsavam. The celebrations will continue tomorrow when Bhagavan Sri Subramanya Swami will be gracing us in the beautiful Teppal water float. So we invite you tomorrow for tomorrow's Uttaranga celebrations of Nithyanandotsavam. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
கண்டு வைக்கும், இவருக்கு தான் உலகமே கண்டு வைக்கும். சுத்தி போடுங்கடி. வருகிற நாள் எல்லாம் வளமாக வாழணும், இருக்கிற நாள் எல்லாம் நமக்காக மாத்தணும். அதுக்கு இப்போது நாம் என்ன செய்யணும்? நித்யானந்தரின் சொல் கேட்டு நடக்கணும். மனிதராய் பிறந்த நம்ம எல்லாம் காக்கத்தான் கைலாசா என்னும் புது உலக கொடுத்துட்டான். பகவானே வந்திருக்கா, மனித ரூபா பூண்டு இருக்கா. தர்மம் என்னும் தேரிலேறி ஞானம் என்னும் போரில் வென்றா மனித குலம் வந்துருச்சி கைலாசம்தான், தந்துருச்சி சிவவாசம்தான். வந்துருச்சி கைலாசம்தான், நமக்கு தந்துருச்சி சிவவாசம்தான். வந்துருச்சி கைலாசம்தான், தந்துருச்சி சிவவாசம்தான். வந்துருச்சி கைலாசம்தான், நமக்கு தந்துருச்சி சிவவாசம்தான். சைவங்களாய் உலகை மாற்றிடணும், சக உயிரிடமும் உரையாடிடணும். மூன்றாம் கண்ணை திறக்க கட்டிடணும், பூலோக ஈசன் போல் வாழ்ந்திடணும். இதுதானே சொன்னாரு நம் நித்யானந்தா, கைலாசா மட்டும்தான் நமக்கான சொந்தம். இதுதானே சொன்னாரு நம் நித்யானந்தா, கைலாசா மட்டும்தான் நமக்கான சொந்தம். மனித குலம்
நீதானையா, கடலாண்டி இருந்தாலும் உயிரியா. கைலாய மகராசன் நீதானையா, கடலாண்டி இருந்தாலும் உயிரியா.
வருகிற நாள் எல்லாம் வளமாக வாழணும், இருக்கிற நாள் எல்லாம் நமக்காக மாத்தணும். அதுக்கு இப்போது நாம் என்ன செய்யணும்? நித்யானந்தரின் சொல் கேட்டு நடக்கணும். மனிதராய் பிறந்த நம்ம எல்லாம் காக்கத்தான் கைலாசா என்னும் புது உலக கொடுத்துட்டான். பகவானே வந்திருக்கா, மனித ரூபா பூண்டு இருக்கா. தர்மம் என்னும் தேரிலேறி ஞானம் என்னும் போரில் வென்றா மனித குலம் மீட்டெடுத்தா நம்ம எல்லாம் காக்க வந்தா.
ஓம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வர பரமசிவ சமாரம்பாம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மத்யமாம் அஸ்மதாச்சார்ய பர்யந்தாம் வந்தே குரு பரம்பராம். I welcome you all with my love and blessings. I welcome all the Sarvanyapeta Kartas, Yajamans, Manifestors, Sarvabarityahi, Shrimahans, Mahans, Kotari, Tanedar, visitors, viewers, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, E-Gurukul students, Nithyanandas, NHU students, Kailasas, ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, e-diplomats, citizens, consulate generals and supporters, Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Lokeshwaras, Astreshwaras. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Everyone who is sitting with us through Kailasa TV, Kailasa's NTV, Kailasa's HNTV, and all social media platforms. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. As the continuation of the message from Paramashiva from the morning initiation, the next point, listen intensely. Action or reaction. Response all the three: action, reaction, response. All the three, if it is triggered by the great truths of the parallel universe, you are living Paramashivatva, living enlightenment. Listen. Listen intensely. Life is neither suffering nor joy. Life is neither pain nor pleasure. Life has to be triggered inside you from the great cosmic truths of the parallel universe. That's all. I'll give you example by example. One by one. Morning I was telling you, I sincerely appreciate each one of you sitting with me. I don't take your time for granted. I don't take the treasure you share with me for granted. I don't take the talent you share with me and Kailasa for granted. Listen. I'm repeating. Listen, I'm repeating. Sorry for the technical glitch. I'm repeating now. Your action or reaction or response, if it is triggered from the cosmic truths of the parallel universe, it is always right. The morning satsang, I was telling, I don't take your time for granted. I'm telling you, even now, it's night 12:35 in India. It's late night, but I can see thousands and thousands of Indian satsang centers, Paduka mandirs, Adinams are active, houseful, literally. And many of you are sitting in various time zones, literally all continents. All countries. I don't take your time for granted. I don't take the talent you share with me and Kailasa for granted. I don't take your love for me granted. I don't take the treasure you share with me and Kailasa for granted. I don't take the love and listening you have for me for granted. Listen, this is the most important thing. This is the most important thing. We did a survey. 98% of our donors, the high donors, the high net worth donors who are like a Sarvanyapita Kartas, Ejamans, manifestors, continuous funders, 98% of them go to our temples, do the seva like washing the washroom, cleaning the washrooms, ground level seva, not hi-fi, just washing the deities, doing abhishekam, ground level seva, cleaning the floor, washing the restrooms, ground level seva. I appreciate each one of you. Each one of you. I don't take your love for granted. And I wanted to tell each one of you, see, sometimes I don't have a logical solution for your problems. I just give a command. For example, Sendil. One of his problem, I did not have a solution. I said, this is my command. Just obey me. He simply obeyed. I know my command for him is not logical conclusion. It's not, see, somebody in his situation, if they rationally think and decide, they would have taken and executed the decision he made. But I said, in Hindu tradition, this is the way we behave. Do what I am saying. He just obeyed me. I wanted to tell Sendil, I don't take your listening for granted. I do appreciate your love for me, your listening for me. Please understand, I want every one of you to know, so many people, during many issues, sometimes health issues, sometimes relationship issues, sometimes business decisions, even though it did not look logical, they just obeyed me. Of course, later on they realized what I told has done a great, good thing for them. All that is different. But listening to me, obeying to me, listening to my instructions. I wanted all of you to know I don't take that for granted. I'm extremely sincere when I advise you, when I give you solutions, suggestions. Never ever think you are a number for me. You are a being. You are a being. I operate from the parallel universe, KAILASA. You are a being, potential as me to manifest Paramashiva. I treat you as Paramashiva and I appreciate the way you treat me as Paramashiva, and I don't take you for granted. Understand? My action, my reaction, my response, all are triggered by the parallel universe, KAILASA, Paramashivatva. So everything I do becomes good, right for everyone. Just because I am triggered by the parallel universe, KAILASA, Paramashivatva. When I was stitching this Kavacham, golden Kavacham, I specifically picked up a jewel from Daivika, San Jose Daivika's jewel, and told the team which is stitching it, helping me stitching it, I told them, put it here and send a photograph to her. And my team was shocked that I can remember who gave what. I said, in that jewel, that person's love, that feeling connection, consciousness is alive. She is alive. It is not, it has no gold value for me. It has a conscious value for me. See, if I give you my deity, you won't bother whether it is made of gold or silver or copper or mud. For you, it is me. Same way, this jewel is your deity for me. It has no gold value or silver value or cost value. It is conscious value. In every level. In every level. I sincerely appreciate each one of you. Many things which I say here, many things which I am not able to say here. There are many of you who put up with all the tantrums thrown by my Adinavasis and my Kailasavasis just for my sake. You tolerate the Shiva Bhutas for the sake of Shiva. I sincerely appreciate that patience. if you allow the cosmic truths trigger action, reaction, response in your life, in your being, everything you do is right and successful. Whether in relationships, life, health, everything. The next message from Paramashiva: we are all eternal, immortal. Just get initiated into this truth. You will have Divya Sarira like Paramashiva, which you can use as long as you want and replace it as you want, retire it when you want, shred it when you want, rest it when you want. Understand? The Kayakalpa signs Paramashiva triggered in my body from KAILASA is literally getting triggered in all of you. I receive messages from thousands of my disciples, Swamiji. When you became lean and healthy, suddenly I also started becoming lean and healthy. When your skin started shining, I also feel my skin has started shining. I don't want to name them, but I receive a lot of messages. I want all of you to know, especially all my disciples who are connected to me, anything gets triggered in me from the parallel universe, Kailasa, from Paramashiva, is triggered in all of you simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. Sri Sadashivapriya is smiling and laughing because he is enjoying that experience which I described. Understand? The very existence is parallel universe. In every level, understand this truth. In every level, understand this truth. Drill this great truth in all of you in all your actions and reactions and responses. Listen. Appreciating, celebrating the parallel universe, its existence expands your understanding about you, life, and Paramashiva. Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. About all the three, you get expanded understanding. So your life expands. Logini is asking, how do I know which thought is triggered by the parallel universe? Understand? Any thought, action, reaction, response triggered by the parallel universe will be extremely peaceful, joyful, non-confusing. There won't be any SDHD about it. It will be such a empowering. I tell you, your body is from KAILASA, your mind is from this society. Always go with what your body feels, not what your mind says. Body is natural, mind is societal. Societal is suicidal. Mind is given to you to control you. Body is given to you to manifest Paramashiva. A little bit of unclutching practice is enough, Lohini. All your doubts will go away. What is the actions, reactions, responses triggered by parallel universe? And what is triggered by the toxic mind? This doubt will disappear with a little bit of practicing of unclutching. Every day, little time unclutching. Casually. That's enough. A little bit of unclutching is enough to keep the light of the parallel universe, Paramashiva consciousness in your Anandagandha alive, active. Above all this, even if you just remember me and connect and say, Swamiji, I think you need to intervene now and trigger the parallel universe action, reaction, response in me. That's enough. I am the most immediate, spontaneous, simultaneous 911. Maybe you can call it as 108. I'm the most immediate, spontaneous, simultaneous, synergetic, parallel universe 911. Parallel universe 911. That's enough. Maybe that is one more message. You can take it. Guru is the parallel universe 911 for immediate and permanent solutions. Listen. Each one of you are living beings for me. Don't think you don't fall in my eyes. You may be sitting in a remote corner of a village, alone and watching me, connecting with me. Don't think you are not in my eyes. I am there with you, initiating you, awakening Paramashivatva in you. Everyone in every corner. I am available to all of you who want me. Who want me in their life. I am available in every dimension. Continuously. Guiding, supporting, empowering. Even when I give you the solutions which does not suit your logical mind, I take time to make you realize I give you the solution with a tremendous love. Until you are convinced about my love, I remain patient without giving up. Then share the solution. If you ask me, this 44 years of life on the planet Earth, 45th year now started. In these 44 years, what is the one thing I can claim proudly, royally? I can claim one thing proudly, royally, with the grace of Paramashiva. More than anything, with the grace of Paramashiva, I can claim one thing. I never gave up on anyone. I never gave up on anyone. Even my enemies who cherish so much of enmity, anger, incompletions towards me, even on the Hindu Mizya people, Nithyananda Mizya people, I have not given up. I may wait for them to come back next Janma, next Janma, but I don't give up. I have not given up on anyone. Is the one thing I can claim proudly with the grace of Paramashiva. With the grace of Paramashiva. Listen. There are so many things which people feel as a pride, my achievement in last 44 years. Listen. So many of you claim so many things as my great achievement, contribution, feel proud about it. Actually, people have listed it. I went through the list. Even I was shocked. From 2002, published with ISBN number, we have 1,139 books, above 100 page. I'm not calculating the booklets, the proper books with ISBN number. From 2002, we published 1,139 books. And still, the unpublished manuscripts of my satsangs and my notes is there in large quantity, which will be at least 3,000 or 4,000 more. Unpublished books, we have at least 3,000 to 4,000 books material in the form of manuscript, which is yet to be published. The number of Naivedyams and Annadans offered only today is 49,431. And Annadans offered is 54,400. Sorry, Naivedyam offered is 54,408. Across the globe. Only one just today. And the number of letters of appreciation received from all over the world, 58. And proclamations received from the different statesmen, mayors, ministers, prime ministers, presidents, 106 only today. So many countries, cities have declared January 3rd as Nithyananda Day. Because as per the Gregorian calendar, January 3rd seems to be the birthday. We celebrate as per Vedic tradition, Vedic calendar and Gregorian both. But I myself feel proud about one thing, that I never give up on anyone. I wait. Even on Hindu Mizya, Nithyananda Mizya people, don't give up. If they are dangerous, I wait for them to come back in their next Janma, but I don't give up. If they are non-dangerous, I wait for them to come back even today. Sometimes I think, at least for birthday, they will send greetings and ask for blessings, and so they can reconnect. Anyone who misses me due to some reason, moved little away from me, I open the door now. From today till January 3rd, this birthday celebrations, you can just send a message. Birthday greetings, a nice way to reconnect. I am available for you. And I am waiting for you. I am waiting for each one of you. Understand, actions, reactions, responses in me are triggered by the parallel universe Maha KAILASA Paramashiva. It will only do good to the world and you and everyone. Only do the best to all of us. If some of you have moved out due to your delusions, fears, apprehensions, misunderstandings, good or bad, right or wrong, I welcome you back. It's a very sweet way. Just send birthday greeting message, that's all. You are connected back. I'll initiate all of you into all these great truths. Now, with Sivadiksha, Samayadiksha, Visheshadiksha, all of you who want Atmalinga, you can pick up any stone and keep it in front of you. I'll energize that and make it into an Atmalinga for you. Now, so get ready, sit for initiation. If you want to get your pets, kids, friends, family, call all of them. I give you a few minutes to gather everyone. If you want to make calls, make calls. Get your family, friends, pets, kids, everyone. Let me initiate you. The morning I started the initiation. Now I'll take you to the next level. Make the initiation blossom in you now. Every word I uttered in morning satsang and now is initiation. I'll make all this into reality in all of you now. All of us now. Get ready for initiation. Get ready for initiation. Settle down. Yes. Please sit straight. Get ready for initiation. First, in Hindu tradition, Gayatri mantra is the first initiation given. So recite the Gayatri mantra along with me. Even if you are already initiated, you can get initiated again now. So recite along with me. Om Bhur Bhuvaswaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuvaswaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuvaswaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Next, Samaya Diksha, Siva Diksha mantra. Listen and repeat along with me. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. Om Am Aum Shivaya Namaha. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. Next, Vishesha Diksha initiation. With this initiation, I do Prana Pratishtha to your Atmalinga. Om Shivoham, 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 Shivoham. Om, 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 Shiva, 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 Shivoham, 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 Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashiva, 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 Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Shiva, 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 Shiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Shiva, 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 Shiva. Om, 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 Om. Kula Kundalini, wake up and reach Dvatashanta. Break the Brahma Grandhi, Vishnu Grandhi, Rudra Grandhi. Cross the Sahasrara. Reach Dvatashanta. Experience Maha KAILASA. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let all the truths revealed by Paramashiva today, from morning till now, Let it become reality, manifest as real in all of us now. Om, 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 Om.
அருணாச்சல புத்திரன், ஆனந்தத்தின் மந்திரன், லோகநாயகியின் மைந்தன், உலகையே ஆள வந்த நித்யானந்தன். காவிய காவியமாக்கிட்டாரு. அப்படியா? ஏழு கடல் தாண்டி ராசாவா வந்துட்டாரு.
ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோஹம். ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோஹம்.
வருகிற நாளெல்லாம் வளமாக வாழணும், இருக்கிற நாளெல்லாம் நமக்காக மாத்தணும். அதுக்கு இப்போது நாம் என்ன செய்யணும்? நித்யானந்தரின் சொல் கேட்டு நடக்கணும். மனிதராய் பிறந்த நம்ம எல்லாம் காக்கத்தான் கைலாசா என்னும் புது உலக கொடுத்துட்டான். பகவானே வந்திருக்கா, மனித ரூபா பூண்டு இருக்கா. தர்மம் என்னும் பேரிலேறி ஞானம் என்னும் போரில் வென்றா மனித குலம் வந்துருச்சி கைலாசம்தான், தந்துருச்சி சிவவாசம்தான். வந்துருச்சி கைலாசம்தான், நமக்கு தந்துருச்சி சிவவாசம்தான். வந்துருச்சி கைலாசம்தான், தந்துருச்சி சிவவாசம்தான். வந்துருச்சி கைலாசம்தான், நமக்கு தந்துருச்சி சிவவாசம்தான். சைவங்களாய் உலகை மாற்றிடணும், சக உயிரிடமும் உரையாடிடணும். உலோக ஈசன் போல் வாழ்ந்திடணும். சொன்னாரு நம் நித்யானந்தா, கைலாசம் மட்டும்தான் நமக்கான சொந்தம். இதுதானே சொன்னாரு நம் நித்யானந்தா, கைலாசம் மட்டும்தான் நமக்கான சொந்தம்.
ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோஹம். ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோஹம். ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோஹம்.
நீதானையா, கடலாண்டி இருந்தாலும் உயிர் நீயா. கைலாய மகராசன் நீதானையா, கடலாண்டி இருந்தாலும் உயிர் நீயா.
வருகிற நாளெல்லாம் வளமாக வாழணும், இருக்கிற நாளெல்லாம் நமக்காக மாத்தணும். அதுக்கு இப்போது நாம் என்ன செய்யணும்? நித்யானந்தரின் சொல் கேட்டு நடக்கணும். மனிதராய் பிறந்த நம்ம எல்லாம் காக்கத்தான் கைலாசா என்னும் புது உலக கொடுத்துட்டான். பகவானே வந்திருக்கா, மனித ரூபா பூண்டு இருக்கா. தர்மம் என்னும் பேரிலேறி ஞானம் என்னும் போரில் வென்றா மீட்டெடுத்தான் நம்ம எல்லாம் காக்க வந்தான். வந்துருச்சு கைலாசம் தான், வந்துருச்சு சிவவாசம் தான், வந்துருச்சு கைலாசம் தான், வந்துருச்சு சிவவாசம் தான். மனிதராய் பிறந்த நம்ம எல்லாம் காக்கத்தான் கைலாசா என்னும் புது உலக கொடுத்துட்டான். பகவானே வந்திருக்கா மனித ரூபா புண்ணு இருக்கா. தர்மம் வேண்டும் தேரிலேறி ஞானம் வேண்டும் போரில் வென்றா. மனித குலம் மீட்டெடுத்தான் நம்ம எல்லாம் காக்க வந்தான். வந்துருச்சு கைலாசம் தான், வந்துருச்சு சிவவாசம் தான், வந்துருச்சு கைலாசம் தான், வந்துருச்சு சிவவாசம் தான். போடுகடி வருகிற நாள் எல்லாம் வளமாக வாழணும், இருக்கிற நாள் எல்லாம் நமக்காக மாத்தணும். அதுக்கு இப்போது நாம் என்ன செய்யணும்? நித்யானந்தரின் சொல் கேட்டு நடக்கணும். மனிதராய் பிறந்த நம்ம எல்லாம் காக்கத்தான் கைலாசா என்னும் புது உலக கொடுத்துட்டான். பகவானே வந்திருக்கா மனித ரூபா புண்ணு இருக்கா. தர்மம் வேண்டும் தேரிலேறி ஞானம் வேண்டும் போரில் வென்றா. மனித குலம் நம்ம எல்லாம் காக்க வந்தான். வந்துருச்சு கைலாசம் தான், தந்துருச்சு சம்தான், வந்துருச்சு கைலாசம் தான் நமக்கு, தந்துருச்சு சிவவாசம் தான்.
நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோகம். ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோகம். ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோகம்.
வந்துருச்சு கைலாசம் தான், தந்துருச்சு சிவவாசம் தான், வந்துருச்சு கைலாசம் தான் நமக்கு, தந்துருச்சு சிவவாசம் தான். சைவங்களாய் உலகை மாற்றிடணும், சக உயிரிடமுறையாடிடணும். மூன்றாம் கண்ணை திறக்க கட்டிடணும், பூலோக ஈசன் போல் வாழ்ந்திடணும். சொன்னாரு நம் நித்யானந்தா, கைலாசா மட்டும்தான் நமக்கான சொந்தம். இதுதானே சொன்னாரு நம் நித்யானந்தா, கைலாசா மட்டும்தான் நமக்கான சொந்தம். மனித குலம்
Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva. Om Paramashivoham. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Paramadvaitam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and KAILASA of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyanandam, Jnanapatiti Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadushnam Tattvamasyaadilakshmyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing, manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained, everything decides as you want. You become Kalpatru of your life, manifesting your desires in the outer world and experiencing ultimate oneness with Paramashiva in the inner world. It's a science of our manifestation. Science of our manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. It's a science because millions have experienced and each one of you can experience right now. Bhagavan calls it the daily routine to manifest the powers of Paramashiva in each one of our life, to understand the very life itself is a manifestation. And the pramanas means evidences, are given to give us a cognitive shift. Beyond the mind, there exists a space as consciousness for us to experience the conscious sovereignty, the conscious-centric life. It's the ultimate way of living. The Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures as Vedas, pure science, and Agamas as applied science. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of Aptas. Who are the Aptas? Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvars, Siddhas, all of them manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Millions of them are authority of Hinduism, manifesting all this great science. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of our manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leela to showcase to the world how the cognitive shift can make you a superconscious being, manifesting all your desire, abundance, bliss in the outer world and the ultimate space of oneness in the inner world. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of millions of disciples, devotees, followers all around the world, initiated by Bhagavan into the science of our manifestation. Bhagavan beautifully says, Kailash Courtyard is like a Garbha Mandir, where you come and experience the oneness with Paramashiva, manifesting, Bhagavan manifesting through you all the abundance, auspicious bliss, and all the healing and more. in each one of us. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. What does power manifestation do to our brain? Exactly is given in the Avatar Shastra. The prefrontal cortex becomes so vivid and clear. There's no thoughts in the brain. And completely the cognitive center, the conscious center, which manifest is the whole reality as discovery, invention, abundance, bliss, healing, and much more. And all this is documented in Avatar Shastra. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana for the power of length dimension. Bhagavan beautifully says the 11 dimensions that we can experience, and the length being the first dimension, what we understand as 99.9% of what we understand as our life is length dimension. And Bhagavan beautifully gives the scriptural references from Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.19. Shakti Sandhane Sariro Patihi. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, by aiming and fixing the self on Shakti, uniting in oneness with a supreme power, the embodiment of that which is cognized and willed, manifest as once the length, breadth, depth, time and space. Bhagavan Paramashiva has clearly given step-by-step instruction, 4 steps absolutely here. By aiming and fixing the self on Shakti, uniting in oneness with Paramashiva, and that which has cognized, the embodiment that which has cognized, and the 4th is willed. Let's see one by one. Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully says the story of a king having 4 wives. They were living so happily, and one day Yama comes in and says to the king that he's going to take him. And beautifully the king calls the first wife and said, oh, you are the power center, you are the queen of this whole kingdom. Why don't you come with me? Because now I have to leave my body and go. And the queen says, if you're gone, I have to rule the kingdom. So I have to be there, I cannot come. Then he calls his second wife and said, you have all the wealth and everything that I have ever got. And why don't you come? She said, if you're gone, who will take care of your wealth? I have to be there to take care of your wealth. He called the third queen who used to take care of him personally, the food, the attire, everything. And he says, why don't you come with me? And beautifully she says, oh, I have to take care of all your kids. I don't have a choice. I cannot come. And the fourth wife, he doesn't know who it is. And she comes running and says, I am ready to come with you. The whole story goes to make us understand that nothing comes with us when the death comes. However great you are and however ultimate you are in the outer world does not have any impact of who you are. It is only a narration, and only thing which comes with you is the consciousness, and that is there in the deep sleep. And that is what here he says, by aiming and fixing the self on Shakti, by getting into that space again and again, the restful awareness, and experiencing that space of oneness with Paramashiva, the inner space. More and more we understand the inner space, who we are. Paramashiva, Parashakti, the light and the sound, manifest the whole reality, which is the very nature of us. Understanding what we are made of and what is the very nature of us and who we are brings us to the higher understanding, mature cognition, to understand beyond the mind which puts us into the deep sleep, wakes us up and brings us to this waking state, is also responsible for putting us into the ultimate space of Turiya and Turiyatita state. And Bhagavan says that is possible when you start seeking for that, and the mind will simply reside in the self and experience the greatest reality. When you surrender all your identity, a child cries if a doll is taken away because the child's identity is in the doll. And as you grow big, your identity is in the outer world continuously. But if you understand who is the real source, is you, the consciousness, the Paramashiva who is in you, who is giving the power to everything. Bhagavan says, more you spend the power to realize who you are, you will recognize the ultimate space, who you are, the extraordinary happening on planet Earth, who you are. you will understand the greater science. That is what uniting in oneness with the Paramashiva space, and that who has cognized this, that beyond the birth and death I can exist when I reside. I surrender the mind which is constantly throwing into me into the delusion. If I remove only that from the mind and surrender it, I can experience the ultimate. And that is what the fourth says, willed. Bhagavan beautifully says the persistence that you have, like how a child throws a tantrum that I want something, and it is very persistent till it gets it. And once it gets it, then only it settles. Same way, when you have the persistence that Paramashiva is real, and you are very clear that he is the one who is manifesting everything in your life, he is the one who is showering with you with all the auspiciousness, removing you with all out of your delusions and liberating you. If you're clear and hold the persistence, then will becomes power. Holding on to that inner space, Paramashiva is real, then immediately you can experience the manifestation of all the powers. When Buddha for meditated and did all the practices for very long time, nothing happened. But when he willed that let my body evaporate, I am going to be here. When he gave ultimatum to the mind, Bhagavan says, it simply dissolved. When you understand you're larger than what mind can think of, you are like the ocean, not the wave. Even 100 elephants come inside, nothing happens to you because you are so large. When you give this to the mind simply dissolves and you experience the ultimate. Bhagavan beautifully gives the Apta Pramana, how Ramanuja, Srinivasa Ramanujan, was an Indian mathematician, lived during the British rule, and he was one of the greatest mathematician of all times. He was manifesting all the great mathematical formulas in all the areas of maths. And he was working in a small place, an accountant. He did not even know simple math. Then how did he become the greatest? He just goes and prays to goddess Namagri Taya, Devi Namagrihi, and simply surrenders everything to her, falling in deep oneness with her. And he knows whatever she says, he'll just write down and give it to them. Every word of it, every bit of it, he did not understand one bit of it, and he was the genius. He could just manifest all this by just downloading things that he has never learned from the five senses. Not only him, you see any of the avatars, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Ramana Maharshi, Adi Shankaracharya, Satya Sai Baba, or Bhagavan himself, all of them have continuously delivered without learning from the five senses. How is that possible? It is not that they studied something and they are delivering something. They are just spontaneous, and just in the space of oneness, they are able to tap their inner potential, manifesting as physical reality. When Bhagavan goes and sits in the flight, he just knows the whole circuit. He just knows what's the chemical in the body is released when the flight takes off. Every detail just comes to him as the answer, as the revelation. And that is how we have lived millions of years, downloading all this greatest possibility and living the ultimate. And Bhagavan beautifully speaks on how our reality is not reality, and downloads from Akashic how the reality that we perceive is beyond the objective reality in a very, very precise, beautiful way.
First thing you need to know, whatever you understand as reality, the dimensions like a size, shape, quality, your association of good and bad with it, all that, even one quality does not exist in objective reality. Please understand. If you think this is wall, this is not wall. Whatever you understand, why this wall, what this wall does, how it looks, what it is, who built, is it good for me, bad for me, all concepts you have about the wall is not there actually on the wall. So in a way I can say there is no such thing as objective reality and there is something called objective reality. There is no such thing as objective reality is also true. There is objective reality is also true. Understand? I tell you there is no such thing as objective reality because anything you see, you perceive, does not exist as you perceive. And I tell you there is objective reality. Well, you know, because you may be liberated from this wall, but the other person who is not liberated will continue to see this wall as objective reality. Because of that, I tell objective reality exists. But I tell you, for you, objective reality does not exist. So, the right truth, objective reality does not exist for you, but the objective reality exists for the objects you see in objective reality. But as the objective reality does not exist for you itself, how can the objects you see in the objective reality can be objective reality for you? As the objective reality perceived by you itself is not reality, how can the objective reality perceived by the objects which you perceive in the objective reality can be objective reality for you? Listen to the statement again. As the objective reality which you perceive itself is not an objective reality for you, then how can the objects you perceive in the objective reality can have the objective reality which you perceive as the objective reality which is not the objective reality? So, what you know as reality is nothing but the perversion of your fantasy. What you know as fantasy is nothing but the perversion of your reality. When you go beyond what you know as reality and fantasy, you see yen reality, which is yen reality.
Nithya, physician in the
So beautifully, Bhagavan says how we perceive the outside world as objective reality and how we ourselves understand ourselves as objective reality. And we have to go beyond our fantasy and all the reality that we perceive. We will experience the end reality, Bhagavan's Paramashiva as the reality. That is why Ramakrishna Paramahamsa doesn't know how to convince Swami Vivekananda. So he puts his hand inside the wall and shows him nothing is solid. Everything is a vibration, everything is a frequency, and nothing is solid. Because we decide to look at it only as a solid, we perceive it as solid. Even we are not solid as we think. It is only the light and sound which shows us all the objective reality. When you understand and become subtler and subtler and subtler with a deeper listening space, the more you listen to life, you will start understanding it is not materialistic life. There is something huge possibility in you, each one of us, that we experience during deep sleep. We can experience the same thing in the waking state by holding that mind in such a beautiful space. What happens in the deep sleep? Your mind is completely still. Even the random eye movement does not happen. Same way, when you experience the same stillness in the mind when you're awake, without the body moving and the mind moving, you experience the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, going into the next dimensions where you see yourself subtler and subtler, the molecular, the atoms, and simply you feel such a restful awareness where you don't have words to describe because mind is not there. You can simply download or anything that you want, you can manifest into reality in that space. Here beautifully the Balasans have never heard of different terms. There are two doctors from US who are actually asking the questions on different subjects. And finally they come with a medical question to the Balasans and find out that anything they ask, they not only tell the answer, they tell even the next questions. They were able to download SAT questions, Mensa questions, the answers for CAT exam, everything they tested, all the books they bought and they tested the Balasans. Simply by downloading, they can answer the question. And this was just a glimpse of how the manifestation can happen. If you see the granite slab, if you have a granite slab or a mirror, you can have for this session, which you can use for downloading Paramashiva's content. Simply, those days, Meenakshi used this granite slab, like how we use a television set. We use the electrical energy. They used to use sound energy to trigger the whole thing, to show. Meenakshi used to have meetings and conversation with people through this granite slab, which is called Paramashiva Shila. Shila means stone. So all this science is available to us. We can see the testimonial from these two doctors from USA.
The United States. To give you a little background, in my early career, I spent time doing research at an academic center, training medical students, internal medicine residents, and rheumatology fellows. Over the last 12 years, I've practiced private practice rheumatology, and I'm a very busy rheumatologist. Just to give you an idea of who is now looking at this science. Yesterday, we had one of the most amazing experiences, and we're truly blessed by Swamiji to experience what Ramanujan experienced when the Mukur Mahalakshmi bestowed upon him this gift of math. The last 2 days, we've played with our Balasans and given them very complicated math compounding factors and trigonometry, and their answers are accurate again and again. To the point where when our answer is incorrect, we now look at our calculator and redo our calculation because most likely we've punched the wrong button, not that they have it wrong. Now, having understood this, yesterday, Ma Pragnana happened to find herself on a team with 2 physicians. So you can see now where my thought process is leading. We looked at her and we said, we know that they can give us all kinds of complicated math answers and distances and whatnot, but can this science, even in the length dimension, go a step further? So we decided to give her medical questions. Now, she looked at us first with awestruck eyes with, what are these people going to do to me? And so we decided to give her first a simple medical question, or what we thought was a simple medical question. We gave her this. For a patient who suffers from an uncomplicated urinary tract infection by the organism E. coli, what would be the treatment? And she looked at us, blinked several times, and then started to write frantically. Now, mind you, both Dr. Saraswati and I were thinking we would get back an antibiotic. We gave her a pen even when she looked initially at us because we thought she wouldn't be able to pronounce the antibiotic. We thought it may be easier for her to write down the name of the antibiotic. When she started to write frantically, we both stood over her notebook to see what she was writing. And this is what she wrote. Step 1, first test the urine for an infection. Step 2, make sure that the patient drinks plenty of fluids. Step 3, give the patient adequate glucose support. Now this from a Balasant who has no medical background and is so much more accurate.
People are studying medicine.
We had to step back and think about how we're doing things. Now, of course, our wheels are turning. Next thing we know is we're starting to come up with all kinds of questions for her because we have to rethink how we're doing things. We have to look at medicine again. This is finally happening for medicine. An unbiased, unprecedented event in medicine is happening in our day and age.
So beautiful. You can see how the science can change if we have consciousness as our way of existence and live from that abundance, that ultimate space, instead of going through all this outer world, greed and fear causing more and more damage to the planet Earth. Bhagavan beautifully says that literally 50% of planet Earth has been destroyed from the time he came 300 years before. And the plants, the animals, and the ecosystem has completely is gone, and we have no idea where it is heading to. By manifesting these few powers, what is happening? It is collective consciousness. You're raising the consciousness, the awareness of the planet Earth to make them understand the higher science that we are, consciousness. Millions of them, Bhagavan says, sitting and manifesting powers of Paramashiva can transform the planet Earth into Satya Yuga, creating the ultimate space. Today, he has given us the greatest boon, greatest opportunity to experience the oneness with Paramashiva and manifest the power of length dimension. What are we going to do? Write down the questions, scientific concepts, scientific questions on the paper, the questions. And if you have Krishna Shila, okay, or Atma Murti is also okay. If you have Jnananjan in the Kantamala, you can apply on the mirror or the Krishna Shila. Paramashiva Shila is a granite slab. Shila means slab. So you can apply it and see through that, or if you don't have, you can just use the Atma Murti, see through his third eye and write down whatever is getting revealed as your experience. Just by experience the oneness with Paramashiva, you can download everything. Randomly, you can ask questions to your partner. You can have your partners give details and specific details if you can find out, like a formula or the number, the distance, or any of the concepts like blue sky or Raman effect, any of the things that you would like to get revealed. And you can write down the detail and go back and verify in the Google or with your partner to the exact detail. If everything matches exactly, please take a note and take a picture of it, which you can share with the world. All this great science that Bhagwan is downloading in each one of us. Now let's sit straight for a few minutes. Let's experience the oneness with Paramashiva by experiencing the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring the listening to your third eye again and again, detoxing your body. The lower three chakras again and again makes you more and more subtle and make you experience the subtler and subtler who you are. And unclutch from everything. Be very clear how you go into the deep sleep. Just have some thoughts and you fall into deep sleep. Here you chant the Mahavakya with a deep listening. You fall into the Nirvikalpa Samadhi when you're ready to unclutch from everything that you know as you, including the body, including the mind, including the people or your problems, anything that you're going through. For a few minutes, unclutch from that completely. Say very clear that this is the time with Paramashiva and I am not going to use it for anything. Again and again, mind tries to grab you with something, some narration. Tell it very clearly, I'm going to chant, listen to the chanting. That is the only thing I'm going to do. Do not disturb for a few minutes. Collectively, all of us holding that space, simply we can manifest all the abundance in the outer world and simply manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Now, let's entangle with Bhagwan in the oneness space. Continuously chant the Mahavakya with a deep listening. Experience the ultimate reality. Bhagwan calls it end reality as our reality. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya with a deep listening.
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham.
Whatever you have experienced now, please go ahead and verify that in the Google or with your partner if the answers are correct. And if you got specific details like formulas or the distances, whatever you have searched and you got the exact detail, please make a note and highlight it and share the Google part also what exactly it says, whether you're talking about oceaneering or a medical science or astronomical detail, whatever the scientific detail. If you're able to download beyond what you understand from the five senses, you can share that with the world at the end of the session. We'll have one more cycle. Again and again, the unclutch. What is unclutch? Constantly, we are making thought into engram by adding our narratives. Thought as thoughts is not thinking. That doesn't disturb us. But thought as narration that creates an effect on us, and we start believing the outer world to be real. Again and again, we are deluded into the dream and we get into the dream. Like the kids playing the video game, they just get into that and nothing can get them out of it. Again and again, when we again understand Paramashiva is real, and that is the only thing which is going to be reality forever, and we can experience that when we start seeking that above and beyond what we understand as the great reality that we are in. And how do we experience that? The Mahavakya, the mantra. The mantra has more power than who is reciting it. Beautifully, Paramashiva has said how a father names one boy. He's literally an atheist, but he names one of his son as Narayana. And so when he dies, he calls Narayana and then dies. So the Yamadutas come to take him, but then the Vishnu Dutas come and say, no, he is part of us because he chanted Narayana. And Yamaduta said, he's an atheist, he doesn't believe in you, he just chanted his son's name, that's all. So the Vishnu Dutas say, even as a son's name, even forgetfully he is chanted, he will come to only Vishnu Loka, not because of the who is chanting, what time they are chanting, what context they are chanting, but the chant itself has so much of power. How you give anesthesia to a person who has not studied or a king, it works the same way. Same way, the power of mantra is so amazing that it simply can transform you into a new being. It can change the states of consciousness simply by holding on to the Mahavakya, Bhagavan says. The deep breathing, if you do the Trineta Kumbhaka and detox your body and chant the Mahavakya, you will simply experience the ultimate. There is no way that the ultimate cannot happen. It has to happen because the very nature of the mantra simply works on you and raises you to the ultimate. So write down few more questions. Let's get the revelation from Paramashiva today. Whatever you want, verifiable questions, so that you can verify that all these small exercise is to show you, to make you recognize, hey, this is where it is. Like some people forget the chashma, the glasses, and they search everywhere. And simply somebody has to tell them, hey, it's on your face only, don't search. That is what Bhagavan comes down to tell us. Hey, just look, you are Paramashiva. To recognize Paramashiva space, who we are, the very nature of us. We are going through these simple exercise workshops to get the breakthrough. And simply by doing this again and again, whatever cognition we hold, to unclutch from this world, again and again, completely unclutch from what you know as you. Everything what happens when you are in the, Bhagavan says, Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo, at the night, just collapse everything and go into your inner space. Like you have a huge tent that you raised. Collapse everything and think everything is completely burnt out and you are in just like an ashes. When you go into that sleep, you will feel such an intense sleep. Same way you will feel sleep into the enlightenment itself, Bhagavan says. It's a pure meditation by itself. But let's go to the space now with awareness and consciously by chanting and understanding that everything that is there, I'm not losing out anything. I'm only waking up to more real things, how to experience this whole world in more real way. How we wake up from the dream, nothing is lost. We wake up to the reality. Same way, when I wake up as Paramashiva, that I am energy, I am a frequency, I am not just the matter, I am the body also. Even cognizing this and ready to imbibe this, we get sucked into the space because the fifth power is so powerful. It can pull you into the dimensions. Next dimension, the ultimate starts happening in us. So for few minutes, let's chant the Mahavakya intensely and experience the ultimate. Paramashiva is real, consciousness is real. If we give our listening to the chanting that we are experiencing, the oneness. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Beautiful. Please open your eyes. Whatever you have experienced now, time for enriching and causing. Why enriching, causing part of Bhava manifestation? Bhagavan says extreme manifestation is extreme causing. You start celebrating that you are ultimate. Nothing can remove you from that space. Nothing, everything changes. The way you start perceiving this whole world will change when you understand you are ultimate. And the way you perceive your people, your security things, and everything changes. The perception changes to the higher cognitions. Each time you manifest these powers, that Paramashiva is real. I do not need thinking. I do not have to work the way I work, only thinking that I have to do something. There is consciousness which is ready to manifest in me as my reality when I reside and surrender to it as my ultimate. Simply experiencing the ultimate. Such a beautiful showering of Bhagwan on each one of us. Let's surrender all the powerful cognition, power manifestation at Bhagwan's lotus feet in deep gratitude, thanking Bhagwan. Thanking all of you in all the social media for manifesting the powers of Paramashiva as part of daily routine. Jnanapada, Bhagwan is giving us the greatest signs to understand who we are, the ultimate, the Kalpatru, conscious sovereignty as our reality. And in deep earning, Paramashiva is real in my thought, word, and action, seeing everyone as Paramashiva as my reality, holding this as my powerful cognition. And if you see the $sign in the chat at the end of the YouTube, you can offer your donation. And thank you to the people who have offered all their gratitude to Bhagwan, donations to Bhagwan. They are simply building the Kailasha in their inner space. The more and more you are in the oneness with Paramashiva, nothing matters to you in the outer world, because you are the abundance, you are the $1 trillion person. So nothing of this ever matters, because you are abundance, you are bliss, you are healing. And more when you offer your donation, when you share this space to the world, you become very clear that I am Paramashiva, whatever it is. I am Paramashiva is the ultimate space. I am residing in that, without any questioning, without any powerless space. You start experiencing the greater science, greater reality in your life as existential reality. So with the deep gratitude and oneness, let's surrender all this and thank Bhagwan and end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much, and see you after the next satsang darshan in Kailash Courtyard manifesting past session. Thank you, Nithyanandam.